those years as a superhero in Marvel. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 476, The Power to Silence the World. Since the Shuguang 101 hair growth water started to sell well all over the world, Shuguang Technology Company, Limited, founded by the Illuminati, began their global money-making journey. After the first month, the production of Shuguang 101 began to expand crazily. It was originally expected to expand the product line to 1 million bottles per month, but the market response far exceeded the original expectations. Although everyone expected that this product would be a big hit from the beginning, they never thought that it would be sold to such a crazy degree. New York, Tokyo, Shanghai. These cities where Shuguang 101 hair growth water is sold, all the sales stores began to line up overnight. Some people even brought dry food and quilts to line up 2 days before the sale. This made Peibo expand the production capacity of 1 million bottles again. In the second month, the production capacity has been expanded to 1.5 million bottles. But even such an expansion is still not enough to meet the market demand. There are even various counterfeit products all over the world. On Taobao and eBay, the price of a bottle of genuine Shuguang 101 has been hyped up to 3 times the official price, and even so, it is still in short supply. In just 2 months, Shuguang Technology Company, Limited has earned hundreds of millions of dollars in profits from all over the world. This explosive profit is not a one-time thing, but a result that can be managed for a long time. The global pharmaceutical cosmetics production line has begun to suffer a strong impact from Shuguang. The product that has the greatest impact on traditional skincare products is another product that Shuguang Technology Office has just released recently. That is Shuguang Skin Repair Liquid. Just as the initial publicity, this new product developed by Dr. Hank has a miraculous effect on the repair of various scars. Whether it is burns, cuts, surgical scars, or other injuries, this product can repair them. The only drawback is that it can only repair the surface skin, but not the structural damage of the subcutaneous muscles. However, if it can repair the damage of the muscle structure, it cannot be defined as a skin repair liquid. And it will definitely not get a cosmetics batch number, but will be classified as a drug. After becoming a drug, the distribution is not as good as cosmetics, and the sales may not catch up with pharmaceutical cosmetics. The product name of the new skin repair liquid is set as Shuguang Magic Water. The price of a bottle is as high as $980. Is it expensive? It doesn't look cheap. But how can ordinary people repair their skin after it is damaged? The most common method is skin grafting, but skin grafting has huge limitations, and the cost of skin grafting surgery is not cheap, so many people may not be able to afford it. Moreover, the effect of skin grafting is far inferior to the perfect repair of the Dawn Magic Water. The total area of skin grafting surgery is about 10 centimeters by 10 centimeters. The cost of the surgery is as high as thousands of dollars in the United States. The price of the magic water that can repair the same area of scars is only 1/10 of the surgery, and the effect is better. This magic water has not yet been truly launched on the market. Only 500,000 bottles of pre-orders were released in the early stage. It was sold out worldwide within 7 minutes of being released. Many Hollywood actresses who had had affairs with Tony even called Tony directly and expressed their willingness to renew their relationship with Tony as long as the supply of this magic water could be guaranteed in the future. This made Pepper not look good to Tony recently, but no matter how ugly Pepper's face was, the green dollars were real anyway, and this magic water brought hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue to the Illuminati. And this income was once invested by Tony in the development and construction of the Venus base. Now the Venus base is running at full capacity. Resource collection on Venus is not like on Earth, where you need to consider sustainable development or ecological damage. Mining on Venus only needs to ensure that Venus will not be destroyed within a period of time, and other things do not need to be considered too much. It can even be said that the mining of many resources can be called destructive mining. The goal of the Illuminati is to build a fleet force that can shut up the world in a short period of time. Whether it is the establishment of a mutant nation, the madness of Hydra, or other things, Li Ji and Tony are not in the mood to deal with them. Sometimes if the negotiations cannot go on, then turn the table over. When the interstellar fleet that covers the sky and the sun appears, It can always make some bullies shut up. At the same time, the main purpose of this fleet is to guard against possible alien invasions. Although the specific time of alien invasion is unknown, it is better to be prepared. Under this premise, the hollowing out of a Venus is acceptable. Iron Man factory and Iron Man mine can be said to be producing with the greatest strength under the continuous crazy investment of funds and resource tilt. So far, the Venus base has produced 2 interstellar battleships of each level, except the Yamato-class strategic cruiser, in more than a month. However, because it was the first time to manufacture, although there were drawings. However, various problems still occurred during the production process. 1/3 of the battleships did not have real combat capabilities. Another 1/3 of the battleships had obvious defects. The last Viking-class multi-purpose interceptor was produced after the battleships that could truly perform tasks and fully meet the standards. But this was also expected. Although Tony was a genius, he had never produced interstellar weapons after all. It can be said that all mankind has never produced such weapons. The first production was all about accumulating experience, and for Li Ji and Tony, the first failure was nothing. People with a long-term vision never care about the gains and losses of a city or a pool. The first month of production was completely experimental, and many equipment and factories were not really put into production. Now Tony has mastered certain rules, and Dr. Hank is often stationed at the Venus base, responsible for the production process of the entire product line. This has accelerated the production speed of the second batch of battleships, and the quality can be better guaranteed. For Li Ji, just a dozen warships cannot ensure the advantage of the war. He still remembers the interstellar army of the Chitauri that covered the sky. Li Ji still doesn't know whether his fleet can gain a technical advantage. In this case, his Earth fleet should at least not be at a disadvantage in terms of quantity. Li Ji controls a fleet of 12 Vikings, 6 Banshees and 1 Nighthawk in an immersive simulation cabin to conduct tactical training. This training ground on Earth is a simulation, and the real control room for the fleet is also set up on Venus. On Earth, Jarvis played a role of intelligent assistance that should be provided by Friday, the artificial intelligence of the Venus base. Sir, 3,000 kilometers away from the fleet, the coordinates 105, 3,302 have detected a heat source induction. Li Ji's simulated opponent was set by Tony according to the information in Star Wars, including X-Wing fighters and Star Destroyers. It's cool to think about the Star Fleet fighting the Sith Fleet. Turn on stealth mode, turn on the micro-warp engine. Forward 3. Understood, sir. Turn on the induction device. Induction is on. Prepare the Wild Eagle EMP impact missile. Aim at the core of the opponent's fleet. No one has ever fought an interstellar war. Neither Li Ji, nor Tony, nor even Captain Rogers have any idea. When it comes to tactical command, everyone is actually a novice. But Li Ji himself is the one who is least involved in politics. Charles has a mutant stance, and Tony and Captain Rogers have constant ties with the US government. So in the end, everyone held a meeting and voted to grant the command of the interstellar fleet to Li Ji. After all, he also provided the blueprints of these fleets. While Li Ji was conducting a simulated interstellar war, Hawkeye Shield was assigned a new mission. Why do you want me to pick someone up? Barton looked at Hill. Hill said, because this way you can be separated from Deadpool temporarily. You have shot him at least 15 arrows in the past 3 days. Don't tell me that you slipped your hand. If you slipped your hand like this, I will consider expelling you from the Avengers. He deserves it. Barton said nonchalantly, he can't be shot to death anyway, so what does it matter? I know some comics circulating on the internet recently, and Carlson told me about them. I feel sick that someone would put me and him together. If it was Captain Rogers or something, I wouldn't be so annoyed. Hawkeye's mumbling gave Hill a headache. Okay, Hawkeye, this is a diplomatic mission. I think it's better for you and Carlson to receive the agents from SHIELD. At least we can't let Zheng Xian, note, of SHIELD laugh at us. Hill said seriously. At least if you do this well, I won't pursue the matter of you shooting Deadpool. Barton thought for a moment and said, well, okay. But why did the SHIE come to New York? The Stark Industrial Expo has begun. Since Tony Stark announced the new energy plan and Harry Osborn announced the limb regeneration plan, the world has begun to accelerate. Maybe we are standing at a turning point in history, and no one wants to fall behind at this time. Hill suddenly said this with great depth. Hawkeye thought for a moment that the person standing in front of him was not Hill, But Cyclops Nick. But this should be his own illusion, right? Hawkeye shook his head and drove out the absurd idea he had just thought of. After all, you are still imprisoned in Washington. You should think about the diplomatic reception now. P.S. Zheng Xian is the sign in the comics. Obviously, sign is not a Chinese name. I use the name with a similar pronunciation. Zheng Xian, director of the Chinese SHIE Bureau. The Chinese SHIE Bureau is a huge intelligence agency with more than 150,000 employees worldwide and more than 20 ring-shaped flying sky carriers. Chapter 477 Prelude to the Stark Industries Expo. Stark Industries Expo. After old Howard Stark held this world-renowned industrial expo in the suburbs of New York for the first time in the 1930s, Stark Group has positioned this industrial expo as a regular project of the company. It is held every 4 years, and each time it is held in New York. It has been more than 70 years since the 1930s. It can be said that this has become the corporate culture of Stark Industries Group and a habit flowing in the blood of this company. In this world, expositions such as the World Expo or the BMW Industrial Exhibition cannot be compared with the Stark Industries Expo in terms of scale and influence. In the 1930s, when Howard held the first Industrial Expo, he launched an epoch-making advanced car. That was the earliest floating car. It can be said that this is the prototype of Tony's production of floating cars, but the difference is that the car designed by Tony is a real anti-gravity car, relying on the Earth's magnetic field to suspend and even fly. When designing old Howard's car, he made a lot of use of the concept of ground effect vehicles at the time, and did not really solve the energy problem, so it can only be regarded as a semi-finished product. But even so, Howard's creativity and concept at the time had shocked the world. More than 70 years have passed, and the Stark Industries Expo has evolved from a business show that was originally intended to simply showcase the latest inventions and company development plans of Stark Industries to a large-scale expo that truly expands its influence around the world. This is related to the development of Stark Industries in the past 20 years since Tony took over. Compared to his father, Tony Stark has a broader vision and prefers to pursue self-expression under the spotlight. You can understand this idea as conceit, but of course it is not just conceit. During Tony's 20 years of leadership, the Stark Group has extended its tentacles to more directions, including environmental protection, energy, charity, information technology and supercomputers, artificial intelligence, industrial integration development, etc. Stark Corporation is no longer the company that relied entirely on weapons to make a fortune. If the World Expo is a stage for countries around the world to use this exhibition to show their national business cards and national images, then the Stark Industries Expo is a muscle show that affects countries around the world. After more than 70 years of development, more than 170 countries are now participating in this industrial event. There are as many as 17,000 companies participating in the exhibition. The one-month exhibition will bring tens of millions of tourists and visitors. Last year, the transaction intention amount reached within 1 month of the Stark Industrial Expo was as high as $1.1 trillion. Every 4 years, each round of the Stark Industrial Expo shows the possibility and plan of global industrial development in the next 4 years. What you see here is not just a pile of cold machines. People with real foresight can see what is contained in those machines that are either huge and breathtaking or exquisite and amazing, civilization and technology, things that change human society and the future. Here you can see the most advanced industrial production equipment in the world, as well as the most brain-opening ideas. This is a place to show the industrial strength of various countries. No matter what kind of national business card is played at the World Expo, it is just a face-saving thing. But at this Industrial Expo, everything shown is the real inside of a country. Industry and machines, a daunting force. Next to the highway from New York to the Atlantic, the Stark Industrial Expo Park has been expanded and renovated several times in the past 70 years, and now it has become a large and complete area. The rest stop at the edge can even connect to 2 cities. Now the land value here alone is a huge amount that is difficult to count. For the mayors of New York City and Atlantic City, hosting each Stark Industrial Expo is the most important thing during their term of office. Here, the United States fully embodies the concept of capital being king and profit being supreme. Stark Industrial Group is not only a place for the United States to show its industrial muscles, but also a grand event held every 4 years in New York and Atlantic City. An expo can bring amazing benefits to the 2 cities. This year's Industrial Expo is destined to be not calm, because Tony announced the new energy plan before, and the Lunar Development Plan was also put on the agenda. Even the temporary Moon Management Earth United States Plan, formed by the 5 permanent members of the United Nations plus Germany, has been issued and approved by the Prime Ministers, Secretaries of State and Presidents of 6 countries. This is an era of turbulence. All countries and everyone can feel that this torrent is rushing towards traditional human society with an unparalleled momentum. No one wants to lag behind this era, whether it is the 5 permanent members of the United Nations or the new European Union formed by the 3 countries of Britain, France and Germany splitting the European Union, or a new Eastern European alliance led by Latvia and organized by the Commonwealth of Independent States. The political situation of the entire Earth began to be turbulent. The number of participating countries and manufacturers in the new round of Stark Industrial Expo has reached a historical high. Taking China as an example, the number of participating manufacturers led by the Chinese Minister of Industry is close to 3,700, setting a record in history. The most important manufacturer is China National Nuclear Corporation. The news that Siren No. 1 controlled nuclear fusion was successfully ignited and successfully operated for 72 hours within the safety threshold shocked the world. Other countries that do not want to be restricted by Stark Industrial Group may consider conducting in-depth research on controlled nuclear fusion with China. Although in terms of portability and energy conversion ratio, the controlled nuclear fusion developed by China is still the way of traditional nuclear power plants, it is not comparable to the palm-sized arc reactor, and it is unlikely to be installed on a spacecraft, but at least it is another way out in terms of industrial production and civilian use. For Li Ji and Tony, they all know what this Stark Industrial Expo means. Perhaps this will be the beginning of a new era. As for the conception of this new era, Li Ji and Tony had the following conversation a long time ago. Tony, in this era, human beings will truly enter the era of the universe for the first time. I firmly believe this. Li Ji, is it good or bad? Tony, what? Li Ji, after human beings enter the universe and step into the era of interstellar colonization, will they still be the human beings we know? Just like the farmer in the Age of Discovery, when he set foot on the fleet to conquer the New World, he was destined to be associated with guns and blood, and slaughter the indigenous people in a cruel way. Li Ji, from then on, is this farmer still the original farmer? Tony, what do you want to express? Li Ji, compared to our explosive growth in technology, our social sciences are progressing too slowly. It's like the mind can't keep up with the body. Our bodies are getting stronger, but our minds are still rigid. Tony, so, you have an idea? Li Ji, yes, I have an idea. With the formation of the interstellar fleet, human beings will one day step out of the solar system. The difference between now and the Age of Discovery is that we can guess and speculate some things, although they may not be correct. But at least we can do it in advance. Tony, for example. Li Ji, for example, the study of cosmic sociology and cosmic philosophy. Tony smiled. I thought you didn't have much interest in scientific theories, especially social science theories. Li Ji laughed a little louder than Tony. Yes, I really don't have this interest most of the time. But if we want to build a new era, we have to do something. Philosophy and sociology may not be useful to ordinary people in their lifetime, but they are things that every politician and leader must learn. They need to find a suitable leadership strategy. And in politics, we need to have our own people. Be prepared before the arrival of the great cosmic era, and then sweep away all the stale and earthy things that are now on the table. The new era will have a new order. Tony's eyes sparkled. Just like my ancestors came to the New World from Europe, established America, and finally swept away the old school in Europe. Li Ji laughed. Maybe it's more thorough. You said my plan is crazy. Why can't we be a little crazier? I feel good about being a madman who changes the world. Tony also laughed. To the madman who changes the world, I toast you a glass. Li Ji, for this dull and crazy world. Chapter 478 Hammer Military Industry. The Stark Industrial Expo is about to be held, and the Osborne Group will naturally receive an invitation. As the world's top company in the field of biology and genetic engineering, the Osborne Group has participated in every Stark Industrial Expo since Norman's time. 3 months ago, the Osborne Group began to study and arrange this important exhibition, preparing to bring out the company's most important products to gain enough news attention and product trading intentions. Since Harry took office, the center of the Osborn Group has begun to optimize and redistribute resources from the three major projects of energy, biotechnology, and weapons. Needless to say, the energy project has been completely swallowed up by the Stark Group. It is not to mention how much money it will take to compete with them, and more importantly, even if the money is invested, it may not be rewarded. Medical biotechnology is now the top priority of the Osborn Group. The entire company has made a longer-term plan and development around the limb regeneration plan. This includes various medical bone research, as well as more sophisticated nerve minimally invasive repair surgery with external experts. Relying on the integration of doctors' surgery plus limb repair formula, many nerve injuries that were originally difficult to overcome and repair have been repaired. There are also various other medical projects built around limb repair. Although the cost of each operation and repair in the entire medical plan is quite expensive, there are still countless people waiting in line for the Osborn Group's operation. After all, compared with permanent physical injuries and disabilities, many people are willing to go bankrupt or even borrow money to raise hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dollars in medical expenses. Now the relevant personnel of the Osborn Group are studying whether they can further reduce costs and reduce the difficulty of surgery, and appropriately reduce the cost of surgery. This is not only beneficial to patients, but more importantly, after suppressing costs, the Osborn Group can spread their medical centers over a large area around the world. It can even replace the trauma department of traditional hospitals. If it can really be done, this alone can bring countless profits to the Osborn Group. After all, how many people in the world suffer from trauma every day due to various accidents, and how many traumas are irreversible permanent damage to ordinary people? In terms of weapons, because the Stark Group has made a win-win exchange between their weapons channels and the energy channels of the Osborn Group, Osborn has obtained enough channel advantages in weapons resources. Unlike the arms dealers that most people understand, Osborn Group and Stark Industries are both world-renowned arms dealers. However, their core business in arms has never been simply selling weapons as most people understand it, such as missiles, single-soldier skeletons, new vehicles and the like. Real big arms dealers sell a complete set of integrated solutions. Take the famous missile designed by Tony, Jericho missile as an example. It looks like a missile with mass destruction, but in order to support the operation of this missile and achieve its maximum power, it also requires a complete set of complex systems, including fire control integration, radar search, and related control of computers and transport vehicles, etc. These things are often part of the entire product line. Stark Group's weapons are naturally encoded with their own code, and similar fire control systems can only provide the best support for their own weapons. And the price of this whole system is many times more expensive than a missile. It can be said that this is a strict closed-source system, which is also a necessary self-protection method in business. However, under Lee G's matchmaking, in the cooperation between Osborn Group and Stark Group removed the right to use some old codes and gave them to Osborn Group. This allows Osborn Group to produce improved weapons that are compatible with the integrated systems produced by Stark Group. It is precisely because of the concessions made by Stark Group that Harry can shut up all the old guys in the group. He also mobilized the power of Osborn Group to help Stark Group withstand the pressure of new energy sales and traded all the energy channels he controlled. He also withstood the request from Congress for steel armor. There is a reward for paying, and this is an equal exchange. With a code, the weapons produced by Osborn Group can be compatible with other platforms produced by Stark Group in the military before. This is a good thing for the military, because in addition to Stark Group, Osborn Group is also their important weapons dealer. However, the systems of the two companies have always been incompatible, which requires the military to prepare two different teams. For logistics, weapons of the same type are not compatible, which simply increases their work difficulty. Now that the Osborn Group has integrated all of this, other countries that had previously purchased weapons from the Stark Group have turned to the Osborn Group. This naturally includes the US military. This has made the weapons production department of the Osborn Group earn a lot of money. At the same time, because of the intervention of the Osborn Group, Tony has not agreed to the US military to manufacture war machines or armor such as Iron Patriot. Instead, the military has placed the direction on the Osborn Group. The cost-compressed version of the Elf armor, made with a Green Goblin armor as the prototype, is more in line with the needs of large-scale military equipment. After all, the military is a place that emphasizes collectivism. One or two superhero-like elites are not necessarily very popular with military generals. They prefer an obedient elite group. This makes the days of Hammer Military, which has been following the Stark Group and the Osborn Group, even more difficult. They can't get involved in the military's big projects, and they don't make much money from small projects and are squeezed by others. Moreover, in this world, Ivan Vanko, another person who created the first generation of the arc reactor, did not join the Hammer military industry, but joined Latveria. This made Hammer, the leader of Hammer military industry, almost turn gray in hair. He was a scientist but loved money. He didn't mind making a lot of money with weapons. But the world will never compromise or change because of your subjective will. Albert, I said. I won't sell my business. Impossible. Hammer roared at the young man on the other end of the phone. The other party was also an arms dealer, Albert Manstein, a 25-year-old arms dealer. In addition to being born in a wealthy arms family, Hammer didn't think there was anything commendable about this young man. Anyway, Hammer looked at everyone the same, even Tony Stark had the same evaluation in his eyes. The Manstein Group is a company that produces various rapid-fire weapons and light weapons. Their business does not overlap with Osborn and Stark Group. It can even be said that in many ways it is a subsidy for these two companies that focus on producing heavy weapons. This is the right path, at least there is no need to confront the two super-large groups head-on. Hammer's ambition is great, but his ability is small. He has always wanted to establish a super-large company like Stark Industries. But ideals are full, and reality is skinny. The last time the offensive drone made for General Ross crashed, and the heavy casualties caused by the imitation of the Iron Man armor, the entire company fell into a dilemma. The military has turned a large number of orders to the Osborn Group. Now, in addition to purchasing some finished single-product weapons from him, it does not give him orders to manufacture those special complete weapon platforms. This frustrated him. He always felt that he just lacked a platform and a springboard. As long as there was a suitable opportunity, he, Hammer, could also soar into the sky. Ding-ling-ling. The phone rang again. Hammer grabbed the phone and yelled in a bad temper, I said Albert. I won't. There was a slight laugh from the other end of the phone, which sounded a bit mocking. This was a slightly old voice, and it was obviously not made by Albert. Mr. Hammer, I'm not the Albert you said. The voice was a bit old-fashioned and full of majesty. Oh, sorry. I lost my composure. Hammer realized that this might be his client, so he immediately adjusted his tone. So who are you? Someone who can help your company out of trouble, or at least make you shine at the Stark Industrial Expo in 3 months. The person on the other end of the phone said seriously. What? Hammer thought he might have encountered a scammer. The person on the other end of the phone obviously guessed what Hammer was thinking, so he said, Don't hang up the phone, Mr. Hammer. My people left some small gifts in your window. Make a decision after reading it. We will contact each other then. After saying this, the person hung up the phone first. This made Hammer a little puzzled. He glanced at the window outside his office. There was an envelope posted outside the building with more than 20 floors. And this might be the gift that the person mentioned. P.S. Hammer's timeline happened 3 months ago, when Lee Ji and his friends had just returned from Japan. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 479, A Visitor from the Shunmiao Bureau. New York International Airport. The New York airport has been extremely busy recently. Flights from different companies have continuously brought everyone who will participate in the Stark Industrial Expo from all over the world. The only place that is busier than flights is the New York Port Terminal. Since the beginning of the year, a large number of various exhibition equipment have been transported across the ocean to participate in this quadrennial event. Because compared to the personnel who just need to show up, mechanical equipment always needs to be assembled and debugged for a long time after long-distance transportation and bumps. It can only be exhibited at the exhibition when the entire equipment is adjusted to the most suitable state. If your equipment is not displayed in the best state, you may miss your potential customers. And they may have orders worth hundreds of millions of dollars in their hands. The Stark Industrial Expo has developed into an exhibition that is no longer just a joke between several companies, but a competition of industrial power between countries. In the early 20th century, there was a saying, "Whoever controls steel controls the world." Steel production is the standard for measuring a powerful country. By the middle of the 20th century, this saying became, "Whoever controls energy controls the world." That's why there are continuous wars in the Middle East and Northeast Africa. Now the slogan everyone shouts has become, "Whoever controls the information controls the world." It seems that the world is really changing. In each era, you must master different things to control it. In fact, putting aside those superficial things, according to the laws summarized by humans in the past 100 years, only by mastering technology can you control the future, and only by mastering the future can you control the world. So everyone comes to the Stark Industrial Expo to look forward to the future. Scientific and technical personnel and manufacturers from various countries came to New York early, and the rent prices in New York and Atlantic City skyrocketed for a while. But even if the rent and hotel prices are soaring, there is still no shortage of passenger flow during this period. Even five-star hotels that are usually difficult to fill, such as Marriott and Hilton, have no vacancies. Many manufacturers' personnel can only live in Buffalo, which is farther away. Even if you take the highway without stopping, it takes more than 3 hours to get from Stark Industrial Park to Buffalo. This one-month exhibition will be a tough tug-of-war for these people. It is very troublesome to pick someone up at the New York airport during the period of skyrocketing passenger traffic, because the flow of people is too large. Fortunately, as agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., Coulson and Hawkeye Barton do not need to squeeze with everyone at the airport entrance to wait for people. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. still has some privileges. The Lincoln SUV they used to pick up people was parked on the airport access road. Here, the agents from the S.H.I.E.L.D. can be picked up directly from the runway. For S.H.I.E.L.D., receiving people from the S.H.I.E.L.D. is a very formal diplomatic matter. Of course, they don't want too many people from the S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, the other party is the same intelligence agency as themselves. If the people from the S.H.I.E.L.D. are allowed to wander around in the territory of S.H.I.E.L.D. and collect intelligence, it will make S.H.I.E.L.D. look bad. Although intelligence agencies generally infiltrate each other, that is all private, and it will be very ugly if they do it in public. The news sent by the S.H.I.E.L.D. is that they sent 2 agents to the United States to observe and learn the advanced experience of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s work, and establish a new normal cooperation mechanism based on mutual trust between the two sides. The two sides should deepen exchanges and learning on the basis of mutual benefit and mutual trust. At the same time, SHIELD also sent the same invitation to SHIELD, hoping that SHIELD would send relevant agents to China to carry out study and research work. Can SHIELD send what they want to say in a simpler way? Hawkeye sat in the co-pilot seat, looking at the information Hill handed him and feeling a little overwhelmed. He was not used to the Chinese way of writing diplomatic rhetoric, and Hawkeye was never famous for handling paperwork, so he felt that he was about to be confused by the diplomatic documents sent by SHIELD. Fortunately, Coulson next to him was still very good at handling these things. Coulson himself was never famous for his combat effectiveness. His single combat effectiveness was almost in the middle and lower reaches among the field agents of the same level, barely not at the bottom. But he was the most important field agent in SHIELD, because there were many things that could not be solved by fighting. In short, SHIELD wanted to have a normal contact mechanism with SHIELD. The 2 agents they sent this time would not simply come for tourism. Coulson explained to Hawkeye. It's just like sending an ambassador or a diplomat. They hope that our 2 organizations can communicate with each other and even share some intelligence. I guess that's what SHIELD means. Coulson's words made Hawkeye frown. Are you kidding? There is not even an extradition treaty between China and the United States. How can we really cooperate? The members of the 10 Rings gang that were captured last time are still in the United States and have not been extradited back to China. Coulson shrugged and made an unpredictable expression. I don't know what they are up to. But have you heard of that legend? About the Bureau? SHIELD and SHIELD? Do you believe in that legend, about the 2 organizations being one and the same? Come on, that's nonsense. It's good enough that we don't hold each other back. Hawkeye's attitude represents the attitude of most SHIELD agents. After all, it's not the first time that China and the United States have held each other back. Do they really want to be a loving family? Stop it. But Coulson obviously seemed to know something. He said in a slightly puzzled tone, yes, I used to be the same as you. But you know, I have a good relationship with the captain. Once I participated in the activities of the Disabled Veterans Mutual Aid Association with him. He told me something. The captain's attitude towards the SHIE is a little ambiguous. He does not regard SHIE as our enemy and competitor. Hawkeye suddenly became interested when he heard this. What did the captain say? The captain said, "We are just two sides of the same coin, like the two sides of the sword. The blades look parallel to each other, but they finally intersect at the tip of the sword." Coulson recalled what Captain Rogers said. He and Hawkeye fell into deep thought. They were thinking about the deep meaning behind the captain's words. While the two were thinking silently, the plane carrying the SHIE agents finally arrived at the New York International Airport. Hawkeye and Coulson could only give up discussing these things. After all, it is more important to complete the mission first. The two people from the SHIE in China are one man and one woman. The male agent was about 1.8 meters tall, and his body was not that of a European and American macho, but the tight shirt showed that he was actually very strong. He had a sharp face with a slightly square shape. Thick eyebrows, big eyes and a righteous demeanor were what described this kind of person. The female agent had short black hair that reached her ears, neat and tidy. She had the appearance of a typical Oriental beauty, with a delicate oval face and big eyes. Although she was not wearing makeup, she was still a great beauty. SHIELD. Level 7 Agent Coulson. SHIELD. Level 7 Agent Barton. You can also call me Hawkeye. The two went up and made a simple self-introduction. The male agent of the SHIELD smiled and nodded. "Hello, I am Shangqi, note, of the Chinese SHIELD." The female agent raised her left hand slightly, and when she spoke, Barton realized that she was chewing bubble gum in her mouth. Li Qianhuan. A simple and direct introduction. She looked at Barton staring at her chewing gum. She dug in the pocket of her denim shorts and took out a big bubble gum that was still warm. "You want to eat? This is the last one." "No, thank you." Hawkeye shook his head. "Get in the car first, we have arranged a nice place for you to stay." Coulson invited the two to go to the place where they were staying first. But the girl named Li Qianhuan suddenly said, "Is it easy to buy the Dawn Skin Magic Water produced by Dawn Company in the United States? I want to buy some first. If you know Tony Stark, can you help me order some? Of course I will pay, plus a little handling fee." "What?" Barton Coulson was a little unresponsive. "Qianhuan." Shangqi glanced at Li Qianhuan. "Don't look at me like that, boss. It's not what I want to buy. Do you know how many people asked me to buy it for them when I came to the United States?" Li Qianhuan took out a small note from another pocket of hers, which contained a long list of names and quantities of people who bought it for them. In addition to the people in the bureau, there are also my mother, my sister, and so on. If I can't bring it back, they will kill me. Do you know how difficult it is to buy Dawn Magic Water in China? Li Qianhuan's tone was very serious. Coulson, who was responsible for driving to pick up the two, looked at Shangqi a little at a loss, asking him with his eyes what to do. "Let's go to the place where we live first." Shangqi shook his head helplessly. "Don't mind that, this is just a little Chinese characteristic. P.S. Shangqi is Shang-Chi in the comics. Obviously, no one in China will be called Shang-Chi, so like Zheng Xian, I use the name with a similar pronunciation. Shang-Chi, Shang-Chi, is one of the Avengers in the original book, but he is completely Chinese. I directly separated him from the Avengers of S.H.I.E.L.D. Shang-Chi's strength is still quite outstanding. In New Avengers, he used Pym particles to become huge and killed the evil god Gulligan in seconds, saving the Shanghai crisis. In the Infinity event, he used spiritual power to guide the Mother of the Universe. Li Qianhuan, Wonder Woman, is a character in the comics, and his ability is to launch energy waves and so on. Chapter 480 Technology Accumulation and Exhibition Opening. Stark Industrial Building. Okay, that's about it for today. Tony said as he cut off the power and program of the simulation training cabin. Li Ji staggered out of the training cabin. Today, the number of fleets he was training had been upgraded again. It was no longer a commando level composed of Vikings and Banshees. Instead, the Yamato-class battlecruisers were also added. With 12 Yamatos as the backbone, a truly large fleet of nearly 500 different ships was formed. He trained here for nearly 8 hours. Using an immersive training cabin to train for such a long time is actually a considerable burden for ordinary people. Because the number of fleets and enemies was magnified, This also caused a rapid expansion of the total amount of information, and the degree of its pressure on brainwave thinking was getting higher and higher. Because you need to make various correct responses in a short period of time. Although there is the assistance of artificial intelligence Jarvis, it is still a big burden. It seems that Li Ji simply entered the training cabin and trained himself to control the fleet and the methods of interstellar warfare like playing a game. But it is not as enjoyable as playing games. Because most of the time, Li Ji can't actually see the opponent's fleet with the naked eye. Basically, they give orders based on the data reflected on the ship. For Li Ji, the kind of cool explosions or things like that he fantasized about never happened. He could only simply hear Jarvis broadcast to him focus on the target, miss the target, sank the target, and so on, and then rely on the picture in his mind to imagine the explosion of the other battleship. Because in interstellar combat, hundreds of kilometers of beyond visual range strikes are commonplace. The range of missiles and Yamato's main guns is as high as thousands of kilometers. In interstellar combat, there will basically be no spectacular scenes of main guns firing at each other after getting close to each other. However, if Tony can produce MIS weapons similar to Gundam, it should make Space Wars very spectacular. Li Ji told Tony about his ideas. But what he got was a roll of the eyes from Tony, a giant robot of 20 meters in size. Do you know how big its reflective surface is? Maybe the aliens can detect the reflected signal from thousands or tens of thousands of kilometers away. This is almost the same as the reflective surface of the Yamato class. But the weapons and firepower that a 20-meter robot can carry can't match that of the Yamato. The flying speed may not even catch up with the Viking and Banshee. It's just a thing, it doesn't fly fast, its firepower is not strong, and its armor is not thick. What's the use of it? Tony said, rolling his eyes. Although I like Iron Man armor, I have never thought of making a giant and mass-produced as a weapon, and deploying it to the front battlefield to fight. Unless it is in some specific battlefields, humane weapons have advantages and do not need to hide their whereabouts. Such giant humane weapons are valuable. Tony threw a bottle of mineral water to Li Ji, so don't think about your childhood dream. Designing a Gundam MIS MA is completely meaningless. It is not as valuable as designing weapons in the Space Fortress. Macros. Li Ji took a sip of water. He noticed that Tony's tone was a bit unusual when he talked about the Space Fortress. So you want to design a Space Fortress? What? No. Tony denied it at first, but then thought about it and changed his words. Well, it's nothing to tell you. It's the requirement of Congress and the military. They can't get the Iron Man armor from me. I don't want to hand it over. So the two sides made a compromise. So you help the military design a Space Fortress? The kind that can really fly into space. Li Ji was a little surprised. You think too much? Unless it is produced directly in space, how can the appearance of the Space Fortress break through the atmosphere? I have no intention of handing over the manufacturing methods of the jump engine and the micro-warp engine from the design drawings exchanged by Li Ji. Tony waved his hand. It's just a modified version of the Shield aircraft carrier. It uses anti-gravity engines to fly, just like the ones I designed on the car, but it's more complicated. Let this big guy have the ability to hover and fly on the Earth. And then add some deformation capabilities. So, it is really a Space Fortress in the atmosphere. Li Ji was still a little surprised. I thought you wouldn't help the military design various weapons. Yes, this is not a weapon. Tony said bluntly, it's just a kind of technical accumulation. What? As I said, technical accumulation. I'm not sure if this thing has combat effectiveness. It's even hard to say whether it can be formed. Because the deformation structure is very complicated. I just found some inspiration in the drawings you gave me. And these inspirations need a place to show the real objects. Li Ji suddenly understood what Tony meant, borrowing chickens to lay eggs. Huh? Tony didn't understand. I mean, you used the money from Congress and the military to complete your experiment, and you didn't guarantee the results. But they didn't know. Li Ji explained briefly. Don't say it so harshly. After all, the birth of any new thing requires experiments in technology accumulation. It's common to fail once or twice. The military should have gotten used to it. After all, X weapon has invested at least more than $1 billion over the years, but there is still no result. Tony was still very serious when he was shameless. Okay, my great scientist, I should go. Next time, I will let the professor practice with me. Without a professional weapons officer, It's too tiring to rely on me alone. Li Ji drank all the mineral water. Your Stark Industrial Expo should open tonight. Don't you need to prepare? For example, speeches and opening speeches. Prepare? No, I don't need to. I am a natural orator and star. My mind will be extremely active under the spotlight. Tony was very arrogant. Okay, don't forget what we discussed before. Tony nodded, and Li Ji waved and left here. He also had to go to the opening ceremony of the Stark Industries Expo with Harry in the evening. That night, traffic in New York and Atlantic City began to move towards the Stark Industrial Park. The flashing lights formed a river of lights on the highway, colorful. More than 700 media outlets around the world reported on the grand occasion of this expo. At the main venue, a huge circular stage was designed in the center of the entire industrial park. Flashing lights, passionate dance music, and hot and sexy blondes dancing to the music. When the time pointed to 7 o'clock in the evening, a red light in the sky approached from a distance and headed straight for the center of the stage. All media focused on the sky because everyone knew that the protagonist of the opening of the exhibition had arrived. Tony Stark, wearing an iron suit, came in such a high-profile way. When he flew to the center of the stage, 4 mechanical arms helped him peel off the iron suits one by one, revealing Tony in a fitted suit and shirt. He walked to the center of the stage with a smile, and the music stopped. Now it was time for him to give an opening speech, which was a tradition. However, this year's expo was destined to be restless. Tony did not praise himself, his company, and the progress of industrialization as usual. Because of the previous discussion with Li Ji, the two of them had some more other ideas. And the stage for announcing this idea was chosen at this industrial expo. Li Ji, Harry and Peter, 3 good friends, sat in the front seats of the stage. From here he could see the smile on Tony's face. Everyone, welcome to the Stark Industrial Expo. I'm not bragging, what you can see here is the future of mankind. Tony said these words so naturally, as if he was talking about the laws of physics. And none of the audience and media in the audience wanted to refute him. Of course, this year is different. In addition to technological progress, I am also thinking about some progress in the human spirit, some things about humans and society, and humans and the universe. Tony walked to the front of the stage with a microphone and looked at the audience and media in the audience. He said to the crowd in a serious tone, perhaps we should think about the future development of mankind. Here I would like to invite the wise men around the world. In addition to technology, human progress is inseparable from thinking and philosophy. I will set up a special foundation, Horizon Fund, to invest in human philosophy and thought. Chapter 481, Horizon, New Hope, Doom Returns. The Horizon Foundation, the new foundation proposed by Tony, was not something that he suddenly came up with. He had previously conducted detailed ideas and discussions with Li Ji. He had given more thought to this foundation. Just as Li Ji had revealed in his previous conversation with Tony, we need our own people in politics. This is not just a simple empty talk. Tony, Li Ji, or other people in the Illuminati, more or less realized that the era they are in is the beginning of a great era. Since the past of the Brotherhood of the Holy Shield was revealed by Tony, they have understood that humans are not alone in this world. And the Starfleet exchanged by Li Ji is even more so. Perhaps geniuses like Tony and Hank are still unable to completely independently design a warship that can travel between stars and has combat capabilities. But this is only because they have no experience. After all, humans have never designed something similar. But when there is a suitable finished product in front of them, they will gain enough knowledge through continuous reverse engineering research. This is a learning process in itself. In many cases, creating a kind of knowledge is much more difficult than learning a knowledge. It is foreseeable that when the Starfleet is completely formed, scholars like Hank and Tony, who have made considerable achievements in science, will surely learn a lot of relevant knowledge from it, and even independently redesign a new spaceship. Because the value of the blueprints exchanged by Li Ji is far more than simply manufacturing the warships on the blueprints. Li Ji is also very clear about this. It contains a full set of system platforms, including the armor-melting system of the new interstellar battleship, the manufacture of jump engines and micro-warp engines, new weapon-carrying platforms, and complex new electronic systems, etc. The knowledge contained in it requires a considerable period of time to digest even for genius scientists like Hank and Tony. And because these reverse engineerings have brought a new hope and possibility to mankind, Just like the conversation between the two before, the age of exploration of mankind has arrived, but this time it is not the vast ocean that is conquered, but the sea of stars. And after the advent of this new era, the original political system of mankind will inevitably suffer a serious impact. Does the original human political system still conform to the new order of the cosmic era? Tony and Li Ji have their own ideas about the arrival of this new era. New era, new order. The Horizon Foundation is a chess piece for this new era and new order. In the cosmic age, a new revolution will inevitably occur in human sociology and leadership philosophy. For ordinary people, philosophy is of little use in their lifetime. But for leaders, it is a required course. Whether it is the exploration of political systems and philosophy in the classical era of Greece and Rome, or the 100 schools of thought in the spring and autumn and warring states period of China, the influence of various thoughts on the monarch can affect the life patterns and war methods of hundreds of millions of people. Even in modern society, a political system must establish its own thoughts. Whether the political system itself is selfish or altruistic, a simple core idea must be there, just like capitalism and socialism. The spiritual attributes of human beings are so strange. Although you can't see or touch them, this society will move forward according to a set of philosophical and sociological ideas. Li Ji is sometimes a crazy person, which can be seen from everything he did before. There are people of my own in politics. This sentence is not simply ended by inserting a New York City Mayor George Stacy. Li Ji thinks deeper and farther. Since the great cosmic era was started by Li Ji, or to put it more accurately, the members of the Illuminati led by Li Ji have greatly advanced the progress of human society, thus pushing mankind into the cosmic era. Before the arrival of this new era, the people of the Illuminati were the first to know, because they were the ones who did it all. Before others could react, they decided to do something first. For example, the exploration of the new era and new order. This era is one step ahead and one step ahead. The purpose of the Horizon Foundation is to provide an encouragement fund and build a new college and laboratory. Although cosmic philosophy and cosmic sociology are the main projects, they are not the only ones. What if the world moves forward according to a new idea in the future new era and new order? Li Ji spoke at the Illuminati meeting. Too confident. Can we represent all mankind? Captain Rogers has a different opinion. Of course not. Li Ji shook his head. This is just an attempt. It is not a simple decision made by all of us present here. He looked around. We are just looking for a way to create a new order from the wise men of the world, including their thoughts and various inferences. Even if some things seem ridiculous, at least when the new era comes, we will have ways to deal with those possible situations in case we encounter them. The torrent of history is mighty and powerful. Those who follow it will prosper, and those who go against it will perish. This is not a joke. We are just an insignificant boat in this torrent. If we don't operate it well, we may capsize at any time. Li Ji said seriously. What we do is just a possible alternative plan. A new era, a new opportunity. In this era, as long as we seize the opportunity, there will be a lot of things we can do, including eliminating some of the ills we know. Li Ji glanced at Professor X and Hank. For example, regarding mutants, are they the pioneers of the new human order, or are they conservative and cling to the old ideas of the past, fighting with Magneto on Earth? Li Ji's words made the professor and Hank fall into deep thought. Katie has established a mutant nation, which is an unprecedented good opportunity. A good opportunity for the new humans and the old humans to truly unify. A new era, a new order, a new country. Everything is new, and we can write a future on a blank sheet of paper without making the world full of holes. Li Ji glanced at Dr. Hank. Of course, this still requires some efforts from Dr. Hank. Try to reduce the damage to the individual body caused by the sudden mutation of mutants. Most of the self-disapproval among mutants comes from the damage of the X gene to themselves. We know that many X abilities are useless and harmful to the body. I think this part of the research will be the top priority next. Li Ji glanced at Captain Rogers, and then at Tony. So we need Horizon, integrate human wisdom, and find our new way out. Maybe it's too early to say all this. After all, we haven't even brought back the first ship of Helium-3 yet. But everyone, those who don't plan for the overall situation are not qualified to plan for a place. Those who don't plan for eternity are not qualified to plan for the moment. Li Ji spoke loudly. At this point, Captain Rogers' tone finally softened, but we can't guarantee that we are absolutely right. Without the foundation of the people, we are nothing. The captain has a deep understanding of this. Li Ji has the same understanding, otherwise he would not have deliberately torn off the divine halo of the hero, and formed the New York, superhero version of Chow Yun masses, plan with George. So we never intend to break away from the roots of the masses. Changes from the top down are never as good as changes from the bottom up. Li Ji clapped his hands. The existence of the New York City Justice League is not without reason, and my support for Kick-Ass is not without reason. They represent an idea from the people, and compared to you, I also come from the civilian class. Those people who pursue a better life, those ordinary people who are willing to contribute to changing the world, we don't seem to be greater than them. Li Ji said seriously. The Justice League will be more and more useful in the future, although it is not obvious now. But the guy in the green tights has a Superman's heart, although he's a little bit second year. But it still can't change his strength, not referring to his strength, but the power behind him, a trend from the people. Small people also have great power. Regarding the follow-up of the Justice League, I think we can go to Kick-Ass to talk about it next time. Then now, please vote on the establishment of the Horizon Foundation. After speaking, Li Ji raised his hand first. Then Tony and Hank, and finally Charles and Captain Rogers raised their hands together. The Illuminati began to show their power more and more. When no one realized the coming of the cosmic age, or when no one thought the speed would be so fast, under the promotion of Li Ji, the Illuminati had already laid out their chess pieces in the future. At the Stark Industrial Expo, Tony Stark was still talking. This is an investment in the future of mankind. The Horizon Foundation promised that here we will provide financial assistance to any laboratory or individual who has made breakthroughs or creativity in science. At the same time, we will establish a school of cosmic philosophy in New York. Everyone, get ready, the future is coming soon. After Tony said this, countless fireworks flew out from the stage behind him. The magnificent fireworks show with flowing lights and flying fire kicked off a grand prelude for this industrial expo. Latveria, Doom's expression was gloomy as water. He had just returned from hell not long ago. His plan was somewhat frustrated. Although he threatened Mephitis and saw his mother's soul was unwilling to come back. He could not revive a soul that was unwilling to return to the world. Because his mother didn't like what Doom was doing now, the overly high-pressure rule made Latveria like a taut bowstring that could break at any time. Doom talked to his mother for a long time, and no one knew what they talked about. In the end, Mephitis agreed to Doom's other request and sent his mother to reincarnate. As for which world she would go to, no one knew. And Doom, who had just returned from hell, received another not-so-good news. During the time Doom was away, Ivan Vanko was kidnapped. Although Doom put a ban on him, as long as he left the castle, Doom arranged for him a certain distance, the microbomb in his heart would be activated. Obviously, the guys who kidnapped him didn't know this. This allowed Doom's guards to quickly find Ivan Vanko's body 1.5 kilometers away. And after a careful inspection, no signs of Ivan's research results being stolen were found. Obviously, this group wanted to kidnap Ivan directly. Doom didn't know who leaked the news, and a big purge in Latveria was inevitable. But at the same time, his anger was directed more at those ignorant guys. The organization called the Ten Rings, the guy nicknamed Mandarin. Since he had angered Doom, he had to pay the corresponding price. Chapter 482 Various Doubts. This is the medical biotechnology area, and the main exhibition area of the Osborne Group is here. In Stark Industrial Park, Li Ji was taking his parents to visit this exhibition. The first 3 days of the exhibition were internal corporate exhibitions and media exhibitions. Only industry insiders could get tickets. There were not many visitors during this period, so it was the best time to visit the exhibition. As Harry's senior consultant, Li Ji could naturally get 3 corporate tickets. Taking his parents to visit the exhibition was also a family activity. Just like Peter would bring his uncle and aunt to see the exhibition together. The better the two families are, today they came to see the exhibition together and met in front of the Osborne Group's booth. "Hi, Ben. You still look so strong." Li Ji's father Lian gave Peter's uncle a hug and patted Ben's back hard. Because Peter and Li Ji are good friends, the two families have a good intersection. Uncle Ben and Aunt May are old-fashioned traditional Americans who attach great importance to the feelings and relationships between family and relatives. In this regard, they have the same values as Li Ji's family, so the relationship between the two families is still very good. Yes, if I wasn't strong enough, I'm afraid the bullet would have killed me. Ben Parker smiled nonchalantly. Lee G's mother, Garth, also exchanged greetings with Aunt May. Good morning. Peter greeted Lee G, and Lee G replied, good morning. Lee G looked around and found that he didn't see Harry. Are you looking for Harry? I don't think he can come today. Peter said to Lee G. Why? Isn't he visiting a 3-day corporate exhibition? Do you know how crazy those medical and biotech companies are? I was wearing the Osborn Group badge this morning, the old one, the one I wore when I worked under Dr. Connors. It's about biomedicine. Peter said with some fear. Representatives of other medical companies were like crazy, handing me business cards, and all kinds of people wanted to poach me. If the security guards hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid I would have been overwhelmed by them. Peter's words were naturally a bit exaggerated. As Spider-Man, he would not be easily overwhelmed by a few ordinary people. But what he said was also true. Many people were coveting the biomedical technology of the Osborn Group. There were many people who were poaching people with high salaries, and boasting and flattering the Osborn Group just to get on the bandwagon of the Osborn Group. It was understandable that Harry chose to avoid the limelight. Of course, Harry was a low-key person and didn't like to show off. But some people were very high profile and liked to show off. Yes, I was talking about Iron Man Tony Stark. When Lee G and his party went to visit the weapons exhibition hall, they happened to see Tony visiting the various exhibition areas with his personal bodyguard Hubble. Although Tony closed the weapons department of his group, he was still a big boss in the weapons industry. And he has always been a poisonous tongue, and it is common for him to praise and criticize the products of other companies. The most important thing is that this guy will not buy these products, and what he said will have a psychological impact on potential sellers. So Tony Stark is almost the least popular character among other manufacturers here, but Tony doesn't care. Please, I'm the one who opened this expo. If you're not happy with me, don't come. That's probably his attitude. 30-round revolving shotgun, fierce firepower, high firepower sustainability. Tony said this while holding up a shotgun at a booth. The person in charge thought Tony was praising his own weapon, MR. Tony is really good at judging. Besides that, this gun is too heavy. The weight of 30 rounds of shotgun shells greatly reduces mobility and flexibility. Ordinary soldiers or police officers can't fight for a long time. Moreover, the buttstock shock-absorbing design is still old-fashioned. Continuously firing 30 rounds of shotgun shells is enough to cause stress fractures in the shoulder blades of normal people. Tony suddenly changed the subject, making the person in charge's face look extremely ugly. Except for being mounted on police vehicles as a city riot weapon, firing tear gas and stun grenades, I really don't think this thing has any use. Huh. Tony laughed disdainfully and threw the shotgun in his hand back to the person in charge. Only the person in charge was left standing there with a look of as if he had eaten shit. Several potential customers also left the booth because of Tony's words. Multi-purpose vehicle? With such air intake equipment, have you really considered what will happen when it encounters a sandstorm on the water? Don't tell me, you think I'm nitpicking. I can only say that the actual battlefield situation is more cruel than you think. A single soldier missile with a range of 50 kilometers, this is not bad, it is a medium-range soldier firepower supplement. But are you kidding me? This thing requires 35 operating steps to launch the missile? This is more complicated than the Javelin, a single soldier missile. Do you know why RPG, AK-47 and 107 rocket launcher can be sold all over the world? It is because they are simple and durable. If you want to put them into the front battlefield and equip a large number of soldiers with weapons, don't make them too complicated. Tony walked along and praised the things on the various weapon platforms. Hubble, it seems that after I left the weapons manufacturing industry, these guys, especially the arms dealers on the west coast of the United States, can't produce anything decent. This really makes me sad. What's wrong with our country? Tony's words are more like a disguised boast than a worry about the national defense strategy. When he walked forward to the light weapons display area, he saw an acquaintance. Jason Lee, his special chef, is also the chairman of the Osborn Group and Harry Osborn's personal senior advisor. Lee G and Peter are looking at a weapon on the exhibition stand. This is a brand new rapid-fire weapon. The ammunition used uses secondary adamantium alloy as a coating, and the bullet uses a special steel core alloy. The newly designed air-cooled structure has a fin-type heat recovery device on the top of the gun body. The gun can recover heat energy to generate energy storage. The heat recovery efficiency is as high as 85%. This ensures the cooling of the barrel during rapid shooting. The recovered heat can provide energy for the reciprocating magazine of the gun and the equipment for calibrating the stability of the gun body, or it can be used as a supplementary energy source for other external energy weapons. It can be said that this is a cross-era creation in light rapid-fire weapons. This kind of gun is not the first time that Li Ji and Peter have seen it. They still remember the first time they saw this kind of gun was when they went to Ivan Vanko last time. Li Ji and Spider-Man were suppressed by the firepower of more than a dozen rapid-fire rifles and almost couldn't raise their heads. Their firing rate and firepower are completely unlike rifles, but more like heavy machine guns. They also seized a batch of such guns and threw them to Mike for research. But it is obvious that the guns currently displayed on the booth are more ferocious than the ones they saw last time. Maybe those guys brought only prototypes last time? And now they are making optimized mass-produced products? Just as Li Ji looked up at the brand of this company, Steinman Rapid Fire Weapons Group. He had never heard of this company, but judging from the brand, it specializes in light rapid-fire weapons. Just as Li Ji and Peter exchanged glances, a guy who seemed very annoying just by hearing his voice appeared. "Albert, are you there?" This guy was wearing a high-end shirt and a professional suit. He looked like an elite from Wall Street, including the smug expression on his face. "Aren't you going to take a look at the Hammer military booth? Take a look at your exhibits. After so many years, your company can only produce light rapid-fire weapons." The person who came was Hammer. Tony also heard Hammer's words not far away. He turned his head and glanced at his bodyguard. "Do you know what the relationship between Albert Steinman and Hammer is?" The bodyguard Hubble took out a small notebook from his arms and flipped through it for a while. It seems that the Steinman Group wanted to acquire Hammer Military. Originally, Hammer Military was about to collapse, and it was only a matter of time before it was acquired. But in recent months, this company seems to have revived and launched several new flagship products. Relying on this idiot Hammer. Tony's eyes were full of disbelief. He knew that Hammer was a guy with great ambitions but little ability. While Hammer was gloating at the Steinman Group's booth, Li Ji noticed a young man who looked to be in his 20s or early 30s coming out from the backstage. He looked to be about 26 or 27 years old, but his temperament was like that of a man in his 30s. Apart from his high hairline, there was nothing to pick on his appearance. He was a completely handsome guy according to Western aesthetic standards. "Shut up, Hammer. I don't know which laboratory you stole the research results from, but I don't think Hammer military industry can be revived by relying on a few pieces of scrap metal." This was the current head of Steinman, Albert. "Don't be stubborn, Albert. There are still countries in Europe and Asia that are very interested in my new weapons. Maybe you should go with me to see it." Hammer performed the look of a smug man to the fullest. When Li Ji looked around, he found Tony and waved to him as a greeting. Tony nodded as a response. Li Ji was wondering if this guy named Albert had any relationship with a group of people who attacked him before. Tony was thinking about when a fool like Hammer could invent something really good. At this moment, Agent Callison and Agent Hawkeye from S.H.I.E.L.D. walked into the venue with their guests, Shang-Chi and Li Qianhun from the Chinese Smith. Chapter 483 Differences. The first place Shang-Chi and Li Qianhun went to after arriving at the exhibition was the weapons exhibition area. The booth of China North Industries is over there. After Callison led the two into the exhibition area, he pointed to the northeast corner, where the booths of Chinese weapons manufacturers were located. Chinese weapons giants, including North Industries, were all concentrated in that corner. "No need to go. We are not on the United States to reminisce with old friends." Li Qianhun blew a bubble out of a big bubble gum, then bit it and swallowed it back to continue chewing. "Their things have basically been used. What is there to see?" Callison felt that what Li Qianhun said made sense. As the largest and most important intelligence agency in China, the SHIE Bureau basically supplies any advanced weapon systems to the SHIE Bureau first. So I'm afraid that the things in the Chinese exhibition area will not arouse any interest in the two. Shang-Chi smiled. "Let's go and see your country's exhibition area. I heard that Hammer Military's weapons are good. Apart from the Osborne Group, are they the largest weapons supplier? The Osborne Group and the Stark Group are too big. They are the first army. And the second army behind them, even if their sizes are added together, they can't match the level of these two giants." Barton held his head with both hands to relax his neck. "So, the so-called second of Hammer military is actually worthless. There is no comparison with the two groups, and Hammer is a person, he. Hawkeye's he can be said to be self-explanatory. Okay, Barton. Coulson patted Hawkeye on the shoulder, indicating that he should save some face for his country's arms dealers. Okay, let's go this way. Coulson said and signaled the two people from the SHIE to follow him. As visitors of the SHIE, Hill asked Barton and Coulson to accompany him throughout the whole process. The first reason was out of diplomatic etiquette. The other reason was that the other party was also an intelligence agent. Who knows what the SHIE meant by sending two agents here at this time? Especially Shang-Chi, Coulson and Barton have already obtained intelligence information. He is a member of the Chinese Fengshan team, and he is also a core member. Fengshan is a special team formed by the Chinese SHIELD, which is a department that specializes in dealing with things that ordinary police and military agencies at home and abroad cannot solve. This is an organization of the same nature as the Avengers of SHIELD, but Fengshan was established a little earlier, and they have been tested in more actual combat. For example, the Ten Rings gang entrenched in the northwest border area of China was suppressed by the Fengshan alone. The leader of the Ten Rings gang, Mandarin, is not a master to be messed with. Although SHIELD did not get much intelligence information about him, SHIELD once disclosed some of Mandarin's intelligence to the intelligence structures of other countries in the world. Mandarin is an ordinary person, not a superpower, but he has extraordinary martial arts. It is a piece of cake for Mandarin to tear tanks and ships apart with his hands. It is easy for him to resist the bombardment of the 406mm caliber main gun of the Iowa class or attacks of equal power. Even such an attack could not hurt the corner of his clothes. And it is very, very difficult to hide him. He can fly without any props. At the same time, based on vague intelligence, S.H.I.E.L.D. also speculated that Mandarin has at least more than 10 different means of attack, including fierce wind, ice, fire, etc. He is a warrior who is close to becoming a saint in the flesh, and he is probably the earthling with the highest martial arts cultivation in the past 100 years. Compared with Daniel Randall, who just graduated from Kunlun Mountain Martial Arts School and got the Junior Iron Fist qualification certificate issued by Shenlong, Mandarin's current martial arts cultivation is an existence that he needs to look up to. At the same time, it is rumored that Mandarin has a group of dragons under his command. In fact, the various pressures faced by the S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau are much greater than those of S.H.I.E.L.D. So most of the time, the S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau and the conferred gods are shrinking their forces to fight against the Ten Rings gang. Because Mandarin still hopes to overthrow China and rebuild the imperial system to become the emperor. Fortunately, not all of Mandarin's subordinates have amazing talents like him, and few can practice to his level. Otherwise, the S.H.I.E.L.D. would not have been able to remove the Ten Rings strongholds in China one by one. The Ten Rings power in China has been completely driven out, and now it can only develop in Central Asia. How did you do this? I heard that the Mandarin is very difficult to deal with. Barton led the two people to the booth of Hammer Military Industry, and asked curiously. Unite all the forces that can be united and eliminate all the diehards who stubbornly resist. For some reason, Shang-Chi answered this question and clearly revealed the S.H.I.E.L.D.'s formal style. We will not set up a prison for super criminals next to super cities like Mordor or Peking. Coulson and Barton exchanged glances. They knew that Shang-Chi was talking about the New York prison riot a few months ago. For real supervillains, our execution efficiency is very high, and the death penalty will not be delayed for too long. Shang-Chi's words made Coulson frown. Won't this cause a backlash from human rights organizations? Huh. Shang-Chi laughed. Human rights are for the people, not supervillains. When they destroy the social structure and endanger the lives of tens of millions of people, they have been deprived of these rights. We never show mercy to criminals. Remember our name, Spear of God. The spearhead needs to be stained with blood to ensure that it is always sharp. Yes, just like you can't even make a shield well, and even lost it. Lee Kyan-hoon suddenly interrupted. This made Hawkeye and Coulson a little puzzled. What does it mean to lose the shield? Kyan-hoon. Shang-Chi glared at Lee Kyan-hoon. The girl made a face and stuck out her tongue. Shang-Chi looked at Coulson and the other two who were still thinking about Lee Kyan-hoon's words and suddenly said, just like your attitude towards mutants, I don't quite understand why the US government is so afraid of mutants. Because of race? Or the votes of politicians? Shang-Chi's words successfully diverted the attention of the two, and Barton spread his hands and said, "Because some voters are afraid of mutants, politicians will exaggerate to win the favor of these voters? But this is just my personal guess." Carlson suddenly found that the conversation with the two people from the SHIE became very interesting. He could find different ideas from his counterparts in another country. But aren't mutants American citizens? Don't they have votes too? Lee Kyan-hoon didn't understand what Carlson said. "That's why I said the relationship here is very complicated. Ordinary people don't accept and discriminate, etc. So what about China?" Carlson couldn't explain what was going on. "The strongest fighting force in Fengshan is a few mutant brothers. Without them, we can't suppress the Mandarin at all. He is more powerful than you can imagine. Ordinary conventional weapons are of no use to him at all." At this point, Shang-Chi's face was a little gloomy. "So China accepts mutants, right?" Barton looked at Shang-Chi and asked. Shang-Chi looked at Barton deeply. "China has 1.4 billion people, the largest population in the world, and the largest number of mutants in the world. If the situation of mutants in China is the same as that in the United States, then Magneto's Brotherhood of Mutants will have a lot of terrible combat power. If they were gathered together, I'm afraid the United States would have collapsed long ago." Oh. Barton was speechless for a moment. China has the most complex ethnic composition in the world. China has always distinguished between the inside and the outside by cultural identity, not blood and nationality. For us, there are only Chinese people but no mutants. Shang-Chi's words shocked Barton and Carlson. This is a completely different way of thinking from that of the United States. While the few people were chatting, they also walked to their destination. The booth of Hammer Military Industries had appeared in front of them. Moreover, they met unexpected people here. Tony Stark was in front of the booth. Li Ji and Peter, who Shang-Chi did not know, were also near Tony. At the booth of Hammer Military Industries, more than a dozen rough-looking power mechas were on display on the stage. Shang-Chi's pupils suddenly contracted, and he quickly glanced at Lee Kyan-hoon. The girl saw the signal in her boss's eyes, and she knew what the boss needed her to do. She suddenly said, "Tony Stark. I want to find him to buy Dawn Magic Water and Dawn 101 Hair Tonic." She spoke in a brisk tone, and ran towards Tony at a fast pace. Before Carlson and Barton could react, the girl had already run around Tony, but was stopped by his bodyguard Hubble. "What do you want to do, miss?" Hubble was very responsible as a bodyguard. Lee Kyan-hoon's actions attracted the attention of Tony, Li Ji and Peter. They all cast their eyes over Hubble. "Don't be so rude to beautiful ladies." Lee Kyan-hoon was a very beautiful girl, and she had the softness of an Oriental woman, which was completely different from the blonde and blue-eyed Western beauties that Tony usually saw. Tony always gave them privileges for beautiful women. And Tony also saw Barton and Carlson, two SHIELD agents who also appeared here. Carlson ran over and said to Tony, "Mr. Stark, this is our guest from China. She just wants to buy some things from you, such as hair tonic and magic water." Tony shook his head helplessly. He was now going further and further on the road of becoming the king of drugstore cosmetics. Now many beautiful girls approached him just to buy these things from him. His proud personal charm seemed to be useless. "Forget it, Hubble, let this lady in." Tony motioned Lee Kyan-hoon to come closer to him. He took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to her. "Call this number and you can buy what you want." "Thank you." Lee Kyan-hoon took the business card very happily, and stopped Tony's arm and kissed him on the face. This made Tony feel very good. Hawkeye stood aside with his hands folded. He stood beside Li Ji. "Why should my comics be linked with Deadpool?" "For the reputation of SHIELD and you. Get back your reputation that was ruined by Deadpool before." Li Ji answered without hesitation. Hawkeye didn't know how to respond. "Who are your guests?" Li Ji noticed that Carlson and Barton were receiving two Chinese people. The Chinese Shenmiao Bureau, just diplomatic affairs. Barton didn't care much. The diplomacy of big shots had nothing to do with him. He just had to complete his mission. "What is Hammer Military doing?" Hawkeye asked puzzledly while looking at the mecha on the stage. "The latest product, unmanned mecha, can be equipped in large quantities as cannon fodder consumables." Li Ji frowned a little. How could Hammer Military make this thing without Evan Vanko? Tony Stark was also puzzled. He was waiting for Hammer to move these big guys on the stage. He didn't believe that Hammer had the scientific research strength to make these things. If he was smart enough, He would have succeeded long ago, and Hammer military would not have been in a tepid and half-dead state until now. Shonki seemed to be simply following Kelson to visit the products of Hammer military, but his eyes were full of vigilance. Lee Kyan-hoon seemed to like Tony very much and lingered around him, and Tony did not refuse. But no one noticed that Lee Kyan-hoon's fingers were shaking slightly. On the stage, Hammer's performance was about to begin. Chapter 484 Assassination of Tony Stark. Hammer can be said to have had a very pleasant time during this period, although a few months ago he was still suffering because his Hammer military industry did not have enough orders. The failure of the drone weapon he designed for General Ross made him lose the largest order from the military. The plot comes from the comic Iron Man 2 prelude. Originally, the military and Congress were eyeing Stark's iron armor, hoping to get the complete design drawings. But Tony strongly resisted, and even led other companies with the Osborn Group to take the lead in Congress's picking peaches, especially forcing big capitalists to give up their interests, which was collectively opposed by these big crocodiles. In the original story, because no one was willing to be the first to touch the nails of Congress and the military, Tony could only bear the pressure alone. In the end, he compromised and handed over Iron Patriot and War Machine. But in this world, because Lee Ji let the Osborn Group participate in this story, with a big capitalist as the leader, he could quickly gather a group of other capitalists who were also dissatisfied with what Congress did. To put it bluntly, American politics is capitalist politics. Big capitalists are the most important force in this country because they are the financial backers behind these political bigwigs. The sponsors united and spoke up. Most of the members of Congress chose to let go for their own political considerations. Without the support of Congress, the military could not do anything directly to a private entrepreneur. In the end, the military could only set its sights on the Osborn Group. This made Hammer, who profited from the plight of the Stark Group in the original story, not get his benefits. The most important thing is that without Evan Vanko's joining, Hammer, this idiot, could not make anything really decent. A scene that Lee Ji remembers very deeply is that Hammer introduced a big killer to the Black Colonel with a serious face. The name is ex-wife. Well, Lee Ji doesn't care what Hammer's ex-wife did to this poor little scientist. But since you have been given this name, please show the power of your ex-wife, right? But in the final battle between good and evil, the micro-missile called ex-wife ended up being a misfire. Is this Hammer's most outstanding weapon design? This alone made Lee Ji not have any hope for this man's scientific achievements. But what is the thing that appears on the stage now? A group of combat robots that look nearly 3 meters tall? Their appearance is a bit like the last villain robot in the science fiction movie RoboCop 1. They are not anthropomorphic mechas, but have 2 huge recurved leg joints, and the chest and head are combined together to form a central control integrated manipulator and monitor. The place where the arms should have been was designed as 2 places to mount weapons. Lee Ji took a look. Because of the advantages of size and weight, these robots have integrated 2 5-barreled rotary green guns in the arms, and several single soldier missiles are integrated in the pod below, including air and ground attacks. And there are several mechas that look smaller and have a more streamlined body design. They seem to be air models. Lee Ji doesn't know if Hammer has designed underwater models. This group of robots are all unmanned remote control, and there is no need for soldiers to directly enter the machine for face-to-face combat. This can greatly reduce the death rate of soldiers, compared to the value of repairing a damaged mecha. Obviously, a soldier who can skillfully operate a mecha is more valuable. This is just like what the Air Force requires. Once an aircraft accident occurs, the first person to be saved is the pilot. The value of an ace pilot is not comparable to a cold machine. And what Hammer is happy about recently is that although his new type of robot looks relatively simple and has a sense of American science fiction in the 1980s, this does not affect their combat effectiveness. Although the Elf armor, produced by the Osborn Group, is more flexible and more capable of performing high-end combat requirements. However, this robot named Destroyer by Hammer still has an advantage, that is, it is cheaper. If 200 units are produced as a batch, the price cost of 1 unit can be compressed to about $1 million. This is lower than the price of many main battle tanks at this stage. It is almost the same price as a light tank or a wheeled armored vehicle. Many countries are interested in this weapon, including the US military. And most importantly, this weapon did not cost Hammer much in the initial research and development costs. This allows him to further lower the selling price. Of course, He will not tell others that this weapon was not designed by him. Hammer was now on the stage and said to the staff with a smug look, "Come on, make them move. Show them to Mr. Stark and Albert." Albert Steinman, who was standing opposite Tony, looked at Hammer's smug look with a gloomy face. Tony and Li Ji were surprised. The mobility of these mechas is much more flexible than they look. Turning quickly, in addition to the main weapons in the hands, other secondary weapons on the body can also quickly lock the target. These robots cannot do too exaggerated movements in the venue, but just a few quick positioning and demonstrations can make Tony discover the value of these robots. It seems that these guys will not be troubled by the problem of going down the stairs. Li Ji silently complained. Note 1. Although Tony was a little surprised by Hammer's achievements, he did not show it on his face. He walked to the front of the booth, patted the other iron guys parked on the site and said, "It seems that we need to find a guy named Murphy to destroy these things, right?" Note 2. Tony said with a hint of sarcasm. Hammer shrugged indifferently. Maybe it would be okay if Iron Man came. At this moment, Peter, who had been standing next to Li Ji, suddenly pulled Li Ji's sleeve. "Something is wrong. I have a premonition of danger." "Really?" Li Ji frowned, glanced at the Metzja on the stage, and at the same time glanced at his parents and Peter's uncle and aunt not far away. "No matter what you feel, let's take them away first," Li Ji said decisively. He didn't want his family to fall into danger. He walked quickly towards his family. "Don't you need to take care of Tony? I feel that the danger is directed at him." Peter followed Li Ji's steps and asked at the same time. "There are 2 agents from SHIELD here, and they're 2 guests from China. They can handle these things. And the most important thing is that Tony's armor has been upgraded again. Although he is wearing a suit now, he is not powerless." Li Ji didn't stop for too long, and invited his parents, Uncle Ben and Aunt May to visit other places. Leave the weapons exhibition area first. He planned to place them in a safe place first, and then come back to see what would happen here. The departure of Li Ji and Peter with their families did not attract the attention of others. Only Hawkeye Barton said hello and goodbye to Li Ji. The attention of others was focused on the exhibition stand. At the exhibition, especially the weapons exhibition, all weapons with lethality were not allowed to appear in real life. For example, there were guns, but no bullets. All missiles and heavy weapons were models and did not have real lethality. So according to reason, the magazine of the destroyer should be empty, and the missiles mounted below should also be realistic models. Until the monitor of a destroyer mecha flashed red, its 12.7mm caliber green Vulcan cannon motor suddenly started, and the high-speed motor made a buzzing sound. Everyone heard the sound of it starting to transport ammunition for the Vulcan cannon, and its ability to quickly lock on to the target just now was demonstrated at this moment. Without any pause, when its weapon started to work, it had already locked its target on Tony Stark not far away. Before Hammer could put away his smug look, the 2 SHIELD agents just responded. Hubble had no time to pull his boss down. The steel rain is coming. P.S. Note 1, the villain robot in the old movie RoboCop couldn't go down the stairs due to design flaws, and was finally killed by the protagonist using the stairs. This is a movie meme. Note 2, the protagonist of RoboCop is called Murphy, a Detroit policeman. Before his death, he underwent mechanical transformation and became a super powerful RoboCop. Chapter 485 Tony's New Armor. No one expected something like this to happen at the exhibition. When the destroyer pointed its gun at Tony, the others had no time to react. The roaring sound of the motor was terrifying. The green Vulcan cannon, which fired up to 8,000 rounds per minute, had begun to sing the prelude to the movement of death. The buzzing sound was the opening solo of the cello, and the hissing sound of high-speed current was the concerto after the violin joined. The sound of the ammunition being fed into the belt and pushed onto the gun chamber was the drumbeat of the movement. Now that the prelude to the Symphony of Death has been played, who will start giving orders and conducting the beginning? The destroyer gave us the answer. The beeping buzzer alarm was the signal for it to start playing after locking on the target. Now everything is ready. Cello, violin, drums, all the musicians are ready. Our performer is compassionate. Crazy Mr. Metal Storm brings us a movement of death. Bang! The ammunition exploded after the barrel was hit by the primer. The anger of gunpowder in a small space could not be vented. So it could only vent its anger on the only thing it could, that is, the 12.7mm caliber bullet. It was like a drunkard, hitting all its strength at the bottom of the bullet. Unable to bear the anger of the red powder explosion, the bullet could only desperately speed up and escape towards the only exit where it could escape. They ran wildly in the dark tunnel, passing through a track called rifling, which made them start to rotate and accelerate, so that they could escape faster from the gunpowder that had been chasing them behind. I have seen the light. The bullet cheered excitedly. It had seen the direction of the exit. It could finally get rid of the damn gunpowder. It ran with all its strength and left the narrow and dark pipe at the fastest speed. Until a loud bang, the bullet screamed wildly, "I am free." It was so happy that its roar even shattered the sound barrier, and more than one piece was shattered. The bullet turned around proudly and looked back. From the dark tunnel, it could see a beam of fire left behind it. "Look, I'm free. Gunpowder and explosions can't catch up with me. I want to sing a triumphant song for my freedom and new life." What should I sing? From the New World, Part 4 is here. Continuous metal storms, countless warheads are free from restraints. They are shouting wildly in the air. This is freedom, this is a new life, they want to find their own new world. Just as passionate as from the New World, Part 4. Come on, cheer, for the new life and new freedom, sing a triumphant song, and crush everything that wants to block your freedom. I call on you to do this in the name of the God of Death. The two machine guns fired hundreds of screaming warheads in less than a second. They shouted loudly, wanting to crush everything that appeared in front of them in the name of the God of Death. And who was standing in front of them? Tony Stark. Who is that? It doesn't matter who the warheads destroy, as long as whoever stands in the way, they will tear them apart. The deafening gunshots made the entire venue a mess. Hammer had already crawled under the table. He didn't know what went wrong at the scene. Why did his robot suddenly open fire, and the target was Tony? He swore to God that he hated Tony Stark, but he never dared to think about killing him. What would happen to him if Tony died? Would he be sued? Hammer thought in a mess. He really couldn't imagine that Tony could survive in this situation. He was not wearing an iron armor now. The two agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. had no time to react, and Tony's bodyguards were useless. Tony himself didn't react either. When everyone thought he was dead, Lee Kyan-hun, who had been staying by Tony's side, suddenly moved. She was ready almost when the robot just locked onto Tony. A wave of energy was released from her hands, disabling all the bullets that were originally flying towards Tony in an instant. And Shang-Chi, who was following Coulson, also moved. Like a cheetah hunting, he jumped out in an instant. As a foreign agent, Shang-Chi couldn't bring his special outfits and weapons used in the SHIE in the United States. But it didn't matter, because in many cases his weapon was himself. The three valves opened, and the internal energy penetrated Shang-Chi's body in an instant, with the central axis of the human body as the main guide. It gave him great energy in his every move. Break it for me. Shang-Chi demonstrated what it meant to dismantle the Gundam with bare hands. He jumped up to avoid the lock of the destroyer, and only used one punch to pierce the head monitor and central control device of the destroyer. In an instant, the mecha that attacked Tony was destroyed. With a delay of the two SHIE agents, Tony finally had time to react. He pressed a button on the right side of his watch. In an instant, a watch with a huge dial on his hand began to melt. It turned into a pool of black metal liquid. At the same time, similar black liquid appeared in several other parts of Tony's body. They instantly crawled all over Tony's body like parasites, and at the same time wrapped him up. This is Tony's new research armor, which uses nanometal as the material. It can be transformed into jewelry when not in use. When it is needed, the metal can be nano-divided instantly, and then reconstructed into metal armor according to the predetermined design. This is armor with a completely different color design from the iron armor designed by Tony before. It is mainly black, with only gold paint on the arms and thighs. There are some blood-red crystal structures on the arms and shoulders, and I don't know what they are used for. Although this armor is still a primary design, it has surpassed all of Tony's previous armors in terms of portability. In the original story of Iron Man 2, he is still using the very troublesome briefcase-style portable armor Mk9. But since being constantly attacked by Lee Ji and others, Tony has been constantly modifying Iron Man. He has pushed the research of iron armor to a new level. Just like this black and gold armor. Who wanted to find Murphy just now? I should be able to guest star as a mechanical war police now. Tony has a lot more confidence with the nano armor. Hanmo didn't expect you to want to kill me. I swear I didn't. Hanmo almost cried. Okay, Tony. Don't worry about Hammer for now. The other big guys are moving too. Carlson pointed at the other destroyers on the stage. They all started to move and aimed at Tony. Well, it's time to let them know who the daddy is. Tony pouted. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. What happened in Chapter 486? Black Gold Nano Armor, Tony Stark's latest achievement. The arc reactor began to output energy at 50% power. The abundant energy gushed out from the prototype reactor in Tony's chest like a tide, igniting all the energy supply of the Black Gold Nano Armor in an instant. Good morning, sir. In Tony's helmet monitor, Jarvis was ready. Not good at all, Jarvis. Tony twitched his mouth. Someone wanted to kill me at my industrial expo, and it was Hammer, the coward. I don't think he may have the courage. According to the experience that Mr. Hammer was abused by his ex-wife and had 2 ribs broken in the past, he is a relatively weak man. Jarvis said seriously. Yes, maybe an honest man will suddenly get angry. But these things should be dealt with later. What we need to do now is not to expand the harm here. Tony cursed in a low voice. Damn it, this is the first day of the expo. I don't want all the other manufacturers to be scared away by this. Jarvis, help me lock those iron lumps. Following Tony's instructions, Jarvis immediately locked on the 16 various destroyer drones on the stage. However, it was obvious that the assassination of Tony Stark this time was a carefully planned event. When Tony wanted to lock on and attack other mechas, those iron guys also began to perform tactical evasive actions and began to suppress Tony's black gold armor with firepower. Each machine had 2 Gatling Vulcan cannons, and 15 machines had 30 Vulcan cannons. The rain of bullets they deployed was like an impenetrable steel wall, whistling towards Tony. The black gold nano armor used a new metal armor formula, but because Tony was still wearing the first generation prototype, the defensive armor was still in the experimental stage, and Tony didn't want to check the defensive capabilities of his armor in actual combat. Moreover, being hit by those bullets, even if it didn't cause real damage to himself, would give him a huge kinetic energy impact, which would affect his balance in the air. So Tony directly got rid of the attack lock of those destroyers with a high-speed maneuver. The thrusters of the black and gold armor were boosted, and orange-red flames were ejected, and it left the previous position in an instant. This made all the attacks of the destroyers miss. It's crazy. Hammer is crazy. Carlson found a bunker and pulled Barton to temporarily avoid the rain of bullets just now. He roared angrily. As a good guy, Carlson rarely got so angry. He roared angrily. Does Hammer know what he is doing? He launched a terrorist attack on an international stage. And the target is Tony Stark. Does he know the value of Tony now? How much change will it cause if he really dies? Barton also said from the corner of his mouth, and the worst thing now is that we are accompanying our guests out without carrying any heavy weapons. I only brought a cold high-powered semi-automatic pistol. What about you? Same. Carlson said dryly. Although both of them are top agents, and Hawkeye is one of the strongest fighters among normal people, without weapons, they can only hide behind the bunkers and dare not show their heads. Carlson and Hawkeye felt that they had lost all their face today. Look at the 2 people from the SHIE. They have no weapons to use. Let's not talk about Lee Kyan-hoon who can launch energy shockwaves. But Shang-Chi seems to rely entirely on his body to fight the destroyer. His fighting style reminded the 2 of Iron Fist. Except that he could not emit a flame-like light on his fist, Shang-Chi's moves and fighting methods were almost the same as Iron Fist. It can even be said that his attack is sharper than Iron Fist. Every punch has a sound of landslide and cracking. Barton saw Shang-Chi relying on his bare hands to punch the connection of the destroyer's recurved leg joint. The thunder-like punch hit the metal body of the destroyer, and every impact made the destroyer's body shaky. Shang-Chi often only needs a few punches to completely break the thick metal joints of the destroyer, making them incapable of movement. And he is also flexible enough to always find a break in the metal storm. If there is any disadvantage, it is the limited attack range. When the remaining destroyers formed a formation and used the Vulcan cannon to form a fire net, it was difficult for Shang-Chi to rely on his physical ability to kill directly. He gradually withdrew from the danger zone under the cover of Lee Kyan-hoon. Maybe we should find Iron Fist to learn Chinese Kung Fu next time. Hawkeye looked at Callison with some depression, and he found that Callison ran to farther place. Maybe, but at least we have to say it after we have dealt with these guys. Callison held 2 assault rifles in his hands, which were just displayed at the Steinman Group booth. He threw an assault rifle to Hawkeye, aim at the monitor and the central control, or the connecting structure. Well, it seems that it is not only Hammer military that violates the rules. The Steinman Group also prepared some real bullets for display in the backstage, although they are usually locked in safety pants. But just now, at Callison's request, their boss Albert took all the ammunition out of the safe. He also took away 2 new rifles that could be used directly from the platform. When Hawkeye got his hands on this rifle, he instantly liked the feel of it. It was only about 1.5 kilograms heavier than the M14, but it had a firepower density that was almost equivalent to a heavy machine gun and a shooting accuracy close to that of a precision shooting rifle, not a sniper rifle. Hawkeye Barton was a super shooter. In addition to archery, his shooting skills were the best in SHIELD and even in the United States. The anger that had just been suppressed and could not be raised up could finally be released. Although Barton wanted to do a crazy sweep, he knew that rapid shooting in this situation could hardly break the defense of such a heavy armored robot. But he had his own unique shooting skills. He shot almost every shot at the same position. Relying on repeated impacts on the same point, his firepower successfully penetrated the central control armor of a destroyer, and crazy firepower poured in with a damaged hole. The furious bullets instantly destroyed the central control device of the entire machine, paralyzing it to the ground. Of course, these people only played a role in the whole battle. The real key role in this battle was played by Tony Stark and his nano-alloy armor. The energy blast cannon with 20% output was enough to destroy the front armor of any main battle tank in the world. Naturally, the armor of these destroyers could also be easily destroyed. The hot white light shock wave was emitted from Tony's palm. In the intervals between various high-mobility actions, he was also frantically reducing the number of enemies. The energy shock wave with a temperature of more than 8,000 degrees could burn through the armor of the destroyer in an instant and make the electronic components inside it malfunction. Although the black gold nano armor was not equipped with many weapons, it was enough for Tony to deal with these guys. Except for those flying destroyers that caused him a little trouble, other land-based types hardly caused him any trouble. If it was in the original story, Tony was still wearing armor like Mark 24, then these destroyers might cause him some trouble, because the design of Mark 24 was not very good in Tony's iron armor. Now, for various reasons, including the inspiration brought to Tony by the technological drawings exchanged by Lee G, he created the black gold nano armor that no one else had ever seen before. This armor is faster and more flexible, and the blood red crystal device on it is used to amplify the energy shock wave. This allows the black gold armor to still have super firepower that exceeds any previous Mark series armor with only a few simple weapons. So this armor that Tony had never let other outsiders see before became the trump card for a comeback. Those destroyers were destroyed by him. When he stepped on the ground again wearing the black gold armor, the previously majestic destroyers had turned into a pile of broken copper and rotten iron. Crack, crack. Tony walked heavily to Hammer, who was hiding under the table. It was a miracle that this guy was not dead despite the chaos at the scene. Hammer, I hope you can explain what happened here. I think in addition to giving me an explanation, you also need to compensate for the losses at the scene. Tony's tone was cold. Hammer was trembling and almost crying. It's not me, I said it's not me. Their mechas may be out of control because their programs are out of control. Tony was very dissatisfied with Hammer's answer. Huh? Out of control? How many mechas like this do you have? Will they all be out of control? Just as Tony was asking Hammer, Callison shouted at Tony, Tony, there are still many flying destroyers coming here. It seems that they are all equipped with real missiles. They will not simply rely on Vulcan cannons to fight. Tony stared at Hammer with a fierce look. You are dead. Just as Tony was about to take off to fight and destroy all these mechas, a dazzling blue-white electric light suddenly flashed in the clear sky, and a lightning so fast that it was impossible for the eyes to catch the dynamic flash from dozens of destroyer mechas. The group of mechas that rushed towards Tony disintegrated in the air one after another. Tony saw an old acquaintance at the other end of the lightning. Nightwalker was controlling his flying wings to fly towards him. Who can tell me what happened? Nightwalker looked at Tony and asked. While he was talking, A gray steel knife flashing with lightning flew over from a distance and was firmly held in Nightwalker's hand. Chapter 487 Tony is targeted. After Li Ji arranged for his family and Uncle Ben to go to a safe place, he found an interface to leave. He needed to figure out what was going on. With Spider-Man Peter Parker, the two families could be well protected. According to the development of the story, without Ivan Vank, Hanmo military industry would be a joke. There would be no big villain in the story of Iron Man 2. But now it is obvious that the butterfly effect caused by himself has changed. Originally, Ivan was supposed to kill Tony. But now it is obvious that he can't appear in New York. But there are still people who want to kill Tony, so who is it? Li Ji doesn't like to have such doubts and pretend that there is no problem. Because there are too many villains in this world, I don't say I know everything, but at least I know that those guys will be enemies with me. Especially at this moment, the Illuminati was established. Tony Stark is the big moneymaker of the Illuminati. And there are many things that can only be done with the help of his influence. If you want to change the world, allies are indispensable. And Tony is a very important ally. If he really dies, many of Li Ji's plans will fail. Tony plays an important and irreplaceable role in his plan. Unless he is willing to push Harry to the forefront, these things will be very dangerous. If it is not necessary, Li Ji does not want to involve Peter and Harry. So when Li Ji found a hidden place and changed his clothes, he went to Tony. When he saw a group of aggressive destroyer mechas, he took out the thunder knife without any hesitation. Li Ji still vaguely remembered that Thor's blacksmith hammer seemed to be able to fly independently. And it can fly back by itself after going out to attack the enemy. However, the hammer seemed to be a divine weapon, and the thunder knife in his hand was only a quasi-divine weapon. So he couldn't guarantee whether he could fly around like Thor's hammer. But if the knife can't fly by itself, you can use your own ability to make up for it. The subsequent skills of the Purple Thunder 9 strike include the sword control technique of controlling the war knife. Li Ji had a lot of reputation before, although most of it was spent on exchanging for the blueprints of the Star Fleet. But there are still some reputations left, plus some reputations gained from the recent comic release, which is barely enough for him to exchange for the subsequent two moves of the Purple Thunder 9 strike. Hell of Thunder and Winter Thunderbolt. So Li Ji never stopped practicing during this time, and there is also a knowledgeable Master Lan at home. Many ideas and problems can be discussed with her. Li Ji can be said to have a better understanding of the mastery of the exercises. After exchanging for the new two moves of Purple Thunder 9 strike, Li Ji not only mastered the new moves, but also mastered the sword control technique. In addition, his strength evaluation has also been upgraded to B-level. B-level evaluation hero, you have already had a glimpse of the door and officially stepped into the ranks of superheroes. Heroes of this level are the mainstream strength among superheroes. The strength of the protagonists in most superhero movies is basically at this level. Of course, considering the protagonist's halo and sudden explosion, they sometimes suddenly upgrade to the A-level level. Of course, sometimes it is forced to lower the level of the villain boss. In short, B-level hero, you have started on the road. This is the system's current evaluation of Li Ji. For the first time, Li Ji's strength is no longer a simple and ruthless mockery. The first actual combat after Li Ji mastered the sword control technique was to use the Thunder Blade to kill dozens of destroyer mechas at once. When the whistling Thunder Blade flew from a distance with thunder and lightning and was held steadily in Li Ji's hand, Tony couldn't help but frown. His current mood can probably be described as follows: we agreed to show off together, but in the end, you were the one showing off. As the first show of the black and gold nano armor, Tony had a pretty good start, but he had just started to show off, and Li Ji had already done all the show-offs he could. And now the most annoying thing is that Nightwalker said in a nonchalant tone, "What happened here?" in conjunction with his posture of holding the knife and his tone of voice. For the first time, Tony knew what the internet term invisible show-off is the most deadly means. He said a little angrily, "I don't know, but it's probably Hammer who wants to kill me." Hammer, who was being talked about by Tony and Li Ji, has now been arrested by Coulson and Barton. I said it wasn't me. I didn't want to murder Tony Stark. Hammer felt extremely innocent. If you have any questions, you should talk to the judge and the investigator, Mr. Hammer. Coulson ignored Hammer's plea. You were arrested for suspected terrorist attacks in the United States. At this time, Tony and Li Ji returned to the messy venue. That's right, Hammer, you should go to prison to confess. Tony said seriously. Whether you know it or not, you have committed it anyway. Tony knew that Hammer's stupidity was probably used by someone or something like that. But this didn't mean Tony wanted to let him go. He ruined his first day of the expo. Tony was in a terrible mood. Hammer shouted at the top of his lungs, "This has nothing to do with me. I just made these machines. Go talk to the judge." Tony patted Callison on the shoulder and motioned Callison to get Hammer away. At this time, everyone had time to focus on the two agents of the SHIEA. I didn't notice it just now because of the chaos, but now I think it seems that Shonki and Li Qianhun have been preparing. When Tony was in danger, these two people reacted instantly. Barton and Callison will not admit that their business and technical level is not as good as their Chinese counterparts. Their reaction is so fast that they almost act together with a destroyer. Then the only explanation is that they both knew this would happen from the beginning. So Tony glanced at Barton. "I think you need to reintroduce your two guests to me." Shang-Ki walked up and said, "First meeting Mr. Stark, Shang-Ki from the Chinese Shield. She is Li Qianhun, I think you already know." Li Ji touched his chin. Chinese intelligence agencies came to the United States? And they were swaggering with the Shield agents. It seems that this matter is a bit complicated. And Shang-Ki's next words also confirmed Li Ji's guess. "We have obtained an uncertain intelligence that the Ten Rings gang may launch an assassination operation against you." Shang-Ki said seriously. "It looks like your intelligence is very accurate, but can you notify SHIELD first and let them tell me? Although this is not the first time that the Ten Rings has provoked me." Tony thought of the shame of him running naked on the streets of New York. Tony felt that he needed to teach these guys a lesson. "I heard that their industry is in Central Asia?" Tony doesn't mind being an international policeman to go to Central Asia to knock out some terrorist forces. Seeing that Tony didn't care, Shang-Ki emphasized his tone and said, "This time is different, Mr. Stark. This is not the private behavior of some people. The one who wants to kill you this time is the leader of the Ten Rings. The Mandarin who has fought against SHIELD for decades. He wants you dead. If necessary, he will do it himself. Chapter 488. He wants to kill you. I want to kill him. Illuminati 0-hour meeting. So, Tony, you are in a very dangerous situation now." Captain Rogers said seriously, "I am not kidding. Please be serious now and stop playing with your phone, okay?" Captain Rogers snatched Tony's phone. He was playing games on his phone just now. "It's just a Ten Rings gang and the Mandarin, Captain. You don't have to take it too seriously. They are just a group of terrorists. Since this would can suppress them from China, I believe you can also prevent them from coming to the United States. Come on, give me back the phone." Tony snatched the phone back from Captain Rogers again without caring. "It's different, Tony." Captain Rogers looked helplessly at Tony, who was still playing Angry Birds. "If the Mandarin wants to decapitate you, you will be in an extremely dangerous situation. The intelligence obtained by the Shield before is not necessarily accurate, so they did not share this information with Shield." Tony curled his lips. "Maybe they don't want to share information with you at all. That's different, Tony. You are now of extraordinary value to the 5 permanent members of the United Nations. Everyone is betting on you for new energy. If you die, it will not be good for all countries." Captain Rogers wanted Tony to face this problem, but it seemed to be of no use. "I think the oil-producing countries in the Middle East will be very happy." Li Ji sat on a chair and opened a bag of potato chips to eat. He seemed to be more cynical, which made Captain Rogers a little annoyed with him and Tony. "Can you be serious?" Captain Rogers was really helpless. Professor Charles and Dr. Hank also stared at each other. If the parties involved don't care, it's useless for them to say anything. Just now, SHIELD sent back more information, including some of the Mandarin's combat capabilities. To be honest, I was very surprised after reading it. Put away your careless attitude, Tony. Your new armor may be very powerful, but it cannot guarantee that you can survive his pursuit if the Mandarin is determined to kill you and will do whatever it takes. Captain Rogers handed a document to the others present. It listed the experiences of SHIELD and the Mandarin in recent years, as well as the speculation on the Mandarin's abilities. In addition to his extraordinary martial arts skills and his almost holy body, the Mandarin also has 10 extraordinary abilities. He has 10 super powerful magic rings. Freeze, the ice ray emitted is close to absolute zero. Blacklight, can create a lightless black field, which can almost deprive people of their five senses and interfere with almost all reconnaissance equipment. Spirit has the ability to hypnotize and enhance mental defense. Cutting, super strong cutting ability, can cut objects at the molecular or even atomic level. Solid objects are almost incapable of being cut by it, and its only weakness is that it needs cooling time. Lightning has the power to drive lightning, but the specific upper limit is unknown. Vortex can form a hurricane. Flame can emit heat rays, but the upper temperature limit is uncertain, which should be determined by the user's skill. Shock can emit the simplest energy beam stream, and can also convert energy into other shock waves for emission. White light can affect various gravitational and magnetic fields. Matter can rearrange the atomic structure in an object to form new matter, which is difficult to control for living things, but has extraordinary effects on dead things. Its ability is more determined by the user's ability. The Mandarin rarely uses it, and it is speculated that this ring is a great burden for him. Li Ji also took the information given by Captain Rogers and read it. All his previous impressions of the Mandarin came from the funny villain in Iron Man 3. He looks very aura, but in fact he is a lustful funny guy. But when Captain Rogers handed his information to him and read it carefully, Li Ji realized that Tony Stark seemed to have gotten into big trouble. Not counting his martial arts that made his body holy, just relying on the power of these 10 magic rings, he can be considered a big boss in the Marvel world. Li Ji always thought that the United States, especially New York City, was a hellish place in the Marvel world, but now, compared to this, China is the real hellish place. Whether in his previous life or in the Marvel world of this life, it is a first-class hellish place. Is this the guy that the SHIE has been dealing with? Relying on 10 magic rings and the super martial arts cultivation of the Mandarin himself, this is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It is very likely that the complementarity between the Mandarin and the 10 magic rings will give him more than 2 or even 3 abilities. The villain boss that he is facing now, apart from those super bosses of the Hell level and the level of the Ancient One, seems to have never seen an existence that can be compared with a Mandarin. Will the SHIE keep dealing with him? Li Ji no longer dares to think about what price China will have to pay to drive this terrible big boss out of China. Remember last year, a few of the Mandarin's men made a big fuss in New York. Tony Stark, who didn't care much before, finally took it seriously. Is everything in your information true? Is he that strong? Captain Rogers nodded. Absolutely true. Such a powerful person wants to kill you. Do you think SHIELD didn't want to kill the Mandarin for so many years? They don't care whether they need to put him on trial, but they just can't kill him. It takes a lot of effort to drive him away every time. Li Ji absolutely agreed with what Captain Rogers said. Such a strong guy, unless you can ask the Ancient One to take action, it seems that ordinary people don't have a 100% chance of killing him. But the Ancient One doesn't care about worldly affairs at all. He's exhausted just dealing with demons from all planes. Now SHIELD and SHIELD have reached an agreement. 2 agents of the SHIELD will become liaisons with China. They will pass on the news to us. Captain Rogers stared at Tony. And you, Tony Stark? I want you to promise not to cause trouble during this period of time. This is for your own safety. Until we catch the Mandarin or kill him. But it was obvious that Tony didn't think highly of what Captain Rogers said. Kill him? SHIELD hasn't done it in all these years. Are you planning to imprison me for life? At least this time SHIELD and SHIELD have joined forces. Captain Rogers was not very sure either. For the time being, we will send someone to follow you around and protect you 24 hours a day. Oh my God. I hope you don't come and cause trouble for me. I don't like strangers living in my house. Tony looked desperate. Not a stranger, I'm the one protecting you. Captain Rogers pointed at himself. Tony was speechless for a while. A simple 0-hour meeting of the Illuminati determined that during this period of time, Tony would enjoy the protection of a giant panda. In addition to the SHIELD agents on guard outside, members of the Illuminati would also take turns to be his bodyguards for a period of time. At least now Tony Stark can't die. The New York masses, under the Night Watch, were also mobilized by Li Ji. Led by the Justice League, most of these New York vigilantes are native New Yorkers. They know very well when there are strangers in their community and when new faces appear. Countless information began to be collected by the Night Watch League and then transferred to George Stacy's desk. Although the original intention was to pay attention to various new faces that suddenly appeared, the incidental effect brought about by this incident was the cracking of various underground illegal transactions. Various wanted criminals were arrested, and the New York police's crime-solving rate soared for a time, and the level of public security also improved significantly. For the first time, American criminals felt that they were trapped in the vast ocean of people's war. Those gang bosses who were usually very arrogant understood for the first time what people's democratic iron fist meant. There is no need to follow me all the time, Nightwalker. This is in the Stark Industrial Building. Tony was a little helpless. In addition to Captain Rogers, it was Leegi who helped as a bodyguard today. After improving his combat power, Leegi, who is now holding a thunder blade, can also be ranked among the superheroes in terms of combat power. The mission is the mission, Tony. Leegi sat on the sofa and shrugged. Although it's not good to say this, you can't die now. If you die when you are 60 or 65, I won't feel much pity, but at least not now. Do you think I can only live to 60? Tony stared at Nightwalker in a bad tone. Well, if you are more restrained in your private life, you should be able to live longer. I just helped you abstain from sex recently. When you have time, spend more time with your CEO. The CEO of Stark Group is Pepper. Leegi turned on the TV to see what programs are available. Otherwise, what's the point of two grown men facing each other? And Tony is going to his own laboratory to transform the black and gold nano armor. He will definitely make some upgrades to the nano armor. He is already very annoyed by the 10 Rings help to cause trouble, and now there is a very powerful guy who wants to kill him, which makes him need a more powerful armor. At this moment, Jarvis, the intelligent AI that connects the entire Stark Industries group, suddenly spoke. Sir, there is an emergency call, please answer it now. Who is it from? Tony frowned. It's from Latveria, and the name is Doom. Jarvis said everything. Tony didn't want to have much contact with this guy, and he just wanted Jarvis to refuse. But the next moment Doom's image appeared on the TV screen that Leegi had just turned on. Long time no see, Tony Stark. Oh, and Nightwalker, hello. Doom was still wearing his iron mask, and he didn't know if it was his illusion. Leegi felt that when Doom greeted him, he was actually greeting him, not just a simple courtesy. The last time they met was not very pleasant. Doom? What do you want to do? Leegi asked Doom instead of Tony. I watched the news, the reports about the Stark Industries Expo and the so-called terrorist attacks. Doom smiled, his tone somewhat disdainful. I know what's going on, Tony. You are being targeted, right? Doom is a very smart man. He always knows things that others don't want him to know. Even so, Tony still said stubbornly, I don't know what you're talking about. Doom shook his head. Look, Stark. We don't have a deep hatred that requires us to fight to the death. Meyer comes from Ivan Venko, and the ARC plan was first proposed by Ivan's father, not your father Howard Stark. So don't think that I stole your work. Tony's mouth twitched. What exactly do you want to express? If you just want to mock me, you can cut off the signal now. Of course it's not that simple, Stark. I know someone wants to kill you, the 10 Rings, the Mandarin, right? Doom said in a light tone, you see, you and him have become a pair of mortal enemies. And now the most coincidental thing has happened. Doom showed a smile under his iron mask. For some reason, the 10 Rings pissed me off. No matter how many people they are, no matter how strong that guy called the Mandarin is. All I want to say now is that I'm going to kill him. So, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Do you agree with this? This is chapter 199, but the number is wrong. Chapter 489 Cooperation. We can cooperate, Tony Stark. I have no personal grudge against you. I can even say that I have helped you. Doom said at the other end of the monitor. You know, I promised you a treaty on the non-proliferation of arc energy. The treaty Doom was talking about was signed when they were in hell. It was reached because of the threats of Leegi and others, and under the leadership of Ksitagarbha Bodhisattva. The witness was Ksitagarbha, who signed a soul treaty for these people. That's another matter, Doom. Leegi frowned. He didn't believe Doom very much. Because as a dictatorial monarch, he didn't know whether Doom was credible when he said these words. If it weren't for the intervention of Ksitagarbha Bodhisattva, he didn't even think that the agreement signed with Doom in hell was meaningful. Don't be so absolute, Nightwalker. Doom didn't show any displeasure because of Leegi's rash interruption. I said when I was in hell that we are the same kind of people. You are Nightwalker, and he is Iron Man Tony Stark. In essence, we are the same. Doom smiled gently. We are all arrogant and think we are more suitable to control the world. Don't rush to deny what I said. Maybe we are different in some details, but there is nothing to change in the general direction. Our ideas are the same, to change the world. But the means of doing things are slightly different. Doom seemed to be talking to himself, but it made Lee Ji and Tony feel a little awkward. So I don't have any real hatred for you because of the hell. You are all smart people, smart in different ways. I like to deal with smart people, because it saves effort. And it can achieve better results. Doom's tone was flat and straightforward, as if he was talking about very simple common sense. But the Mandarin is different. He is an old antique. He is so old that he should be abandoned by this world. He is more suitable to be covered with mud and placed in the terracotta warriors of Qin Shi Huang. If he wants to be an emperor so much, I think Qin Shi Huang is his best role model. The terracotta warriors are his best destination. I didn't go to trouble him, but he went to trouble me. This old man is so old that he has forgotten everything. Doom paused when he said this. His face under the iron mask seemed to make some expression, but Lee Ji and Tony couldn't see it. So you don't need to doubt my determination and attitude to kill the Mandarin. I agreed to your conditions about the Ark and new energy. Now as a win-win situation, I think it should be a very suitable equal exchange to work with you to kill the Mandarin and destroy the 10 rings. Doom looked very sincere. Then why did you kill him? Lee Ji asked a question that Tony also wanted to ask. It's simple. He stretched his hand too far. During the time I was away from Latveria, some restless guys leaked Ivan's information to the Mandarin. Doom's tone was cold when he talked about this. I think you know why he wants to kill you. Oil energy is a thing of the past, and the most important source of funds for the 10 rings is these black gold. And he said his plan on Ivan Venko, wanting to obtain the manufacturing method of the Ark energy. It seems that the Mandarin is not a complete fool. He is still trying to change his situation. But it is obvious that he hid a wall in Latveria and finally did not get Ivan. In the end, killing Tony was a last resort. If possible, he would like to get the manufacturing method of the Ark energy reactor. But it is obvious that Tony will not cooperate with him. In this case, the two sides are almost in an unsolvable situation. And those things of Hammer Military Industries seem to be very likely to be manufactured and designed by Ivan. Doom said bluntly. Because of the grudges of the previous generation, Ivan Vanko also wanted to kill you. Although I didn't want him to cause me too much trouble in Latveria, it is obvious that he secretly made these designs behind my back. Maybe he wanted to convince me to build a batch of such mechas, but he left a backdoor program in it, and he could use these backdoor programs to find an opportunity to use these mechas to kill you in the future. I didn't find these things. It is very likely that he carried them with him, and finally got them by the 10 rings. But it is obvious that those idiots do not have the ability to make any high-end weapons. Lee Ji already knew what was going to happen later, so he said, so they found Hammer, who is equally stupid. Although this guy is not very smart, he can still make things according to the drawings. The 10 rings have mastered the backdoor program, and it just so happens that the Stark Industrial Expo has begun. This is a very good opportunity to assassinate Tony. Lee Ji looked at Tony and smiled and shook his head. Is this considered God's will? Not only did the SHIE Bureau get the intelligence, but Tony himself also developed a new nano-armor, making this assassination in vain. So you already know the whole story. Although I am not satisfied with what Ivan did behind my back, he is my subordinate. Even if I want to deal with him, I am the only one who can deal with him. The 10 Rings gang is nothing. Lee Ji and Tony could hear the anger in Doom's tone. If they dare to reach out to Latveria, they should be prepared to have their claws chopped off. It seems that Doom is a person who attaches great importance to the concept of territory and leadership power. He wants to kill you, Tony. For us, this is an opportunity for cooperation. Let me help you kill him, and you can resume your original life. Being targeted by a super strong man, I think your life will not be easy. Doom's words made Lee Ji and Tony think seriously. What do you think? Tony asked Lee Ji. That depends on what our Mr. Doom wants to do. Lee Ji touched his chin. Doom said with a smile in his tone, so do we have a certain consensus? In fact, it is very simple. We just need to set up a small trap and wait for the Mandarin to take the bait. Of course, there will be a little danger in this. It depends on you whether you are willing to make such a choice. As for me, although I don't think I am a good person, There is one thing I am sure of myself, that is, I always keep my words. Tony walked to Li Ji and asked in a low voice, do you think it is credible? Whether it is credible or not can be explored later. The key is your attitude and how you want to deal with this matter. Li Ji threw the question back to Tony. Then do it. A monster over 100 years old, if I kill him, will China give me a special medal? I like the ones with zodiac patterns. Chapter 490. This is politics. On the other side of New York, SHIELD agents Shang-Chi and Li Qianhun have now become special commissioners for communication between SHIELD and SHIELD. The relationship between SHIELD and SHIELD, the two largest intelligence agencies in the world, is also very delicate. Here we must mention the origins of these two organizations. SHIELD and SHIELD originated from the ancient Holy Shield Brotherhood, which was founded in 2600 BC after the first alien invasion of mankind. The earliest leader was the only Egyptian leader who was deified in a mortal body, Imhotep. Under the assembly of Imhotep, the Holy Shield Brotherhood has integrated elites from all aspects of the East and the West. Whether it is the smartest scientist, the wisest philosopher, or the most elegant artist, including all other outstanding talents in human society, after undergoing and passing the test of the Holy Shield Brotherhood, they will have the opportunity to join this extraordinary organization. When the time came to the Han Dynasty in China, the leadership position of the Holy Shield Brotherhood had been transferred to Zhang Heng, 78 AD, the most outstanding scientist and writer in China at that time. He is the only mortal in the Holy Shield Brotherhood who has a written record of being able to pick up Imhotep's spear and talk to the gods at the same time. Before Zhang Heng stepped down as the leader of the Holy Shield Brotherhood, he held an emergency meeting. The Holy Shield Brotherhood decided to store the two sacred objects circulated in the Brotherhood, the spear and the shield, separately instead of concentrating them all in the hands of one leader. So far, the Holy Shield Brotherhood has different holy domains in the East and the West. The Holy Shield is stored in Europe, in the Immortal City under Rome. The Spear of God is collected in China, and where it is collected is top secret. The establishment of SHIELD was promoted by Tony's father, Howard Stark Sr., and the specific reason was the collapse of the Holy Shield Brotherhood. This story was told in the previous article about the Holy Shield Brotherhood. The establishment of the Spear of God Bureau came earlier than SHIELD, but they were not called this name at the beginning. And the secrets hidden in this organization may be a little more than SHIELD. At least most of the members of SHIELD are not aware of that secret history, the truth about the things that those great figures in history deliberately concealed. Now, except for Captain Rogers, who knows the existence of the Brotherhood of SHIELD and that hidden history because of his joining the Illuminati, do other people in SHIELD know the purpose of Howard Stark's promotion of the establishment of SHIELD? Maybe Nick the Cyclops knows, but Captain Rogers can't guarantee that Nick knows it all 100%, especially now that he has been arrested. However, Captain Rogers has a feeling that these two agents of the SHIELD know more than ordinary SHIELD agents. Especially when he heard Coulson say to him, the girl, Li Qianhun, said something about the SHIELD being removed, and I don't understand what she meant. Maybe Li Qianhun said this carelessly, but would a professionally trained agent really blurt out important things like this? If this girl spoke so straightforwardly, would the SHIELD send her to the United States? Captain Rogers felt that this might be a test from the other party, but he didn't know whether this test was good or bad. Since the two agents of SHIELD have now become liaisons between the two intelligence agencies, SHIELD needs to arrange a place for them to live permanently. Instead of living in a hotel all the time, the confidentiality and security would be too low. But they couldn't be arranged in the staff dormitory inside SHIELD, which was a bit too against the rules. So Hill arranged a residence for them on Long Island, not far from where Captain Rogers lived, which could be regarded as semi-monitoring their activities. So the task of taking the two of them to their new residence was also handed over to Captain Rogers. This community is very good, relatively safe and private enough. Captain Rogers took the two to their new home. And I live nearby. If you need anything, you can always come to me. Captain Rogers seemed to say casually, after all, the Spear of God and the Shield of God are two sides of the same coin. Yes, we are all in the intelligence business, but we serve different people. But when dealing with terrorists and other threats to humans, we still have a common position. Shang-Chi responded to Captain Rogers with a smile. But what he said was a little ambiguous, as if he said something, but it seemed that he said nothing. Captain Rogers still didn't quite understand. Maybe next time, Nightwalker and Professor Charles should be asked to analyze what these people meant by what they said. They can always catch the little movements in people's minds in their words. Since Shunky didn't intend to explain anything, and Lee Kyan-hoon now seemed to have become more tight-lipped, Rogers knew that he couldn't find out anything useful, so he could only say goodbye first. After Steve Rogers left, "Boss, why didn't we tell S.H.I.E.L.D. right from the start that Tony Stark might be killed?" No matter how accurate the news is, for the US government, even if there is a 10% chance, they will use 100% of their strength to protect Tony Stark. After all, he is too important to the US government. Lee Kyan-hoon asked Shunky, who seemed to be thinking about something, while sitting on the sofa. Lee Kyan-hoon's words interrupted Shunky's thoughts, and he said, because of many reasons, including politics and so on. Hearing about politics, Lee Kyan-hoon felt a headache. What politics? Although the arc reactor controlled by Tony Stark is very useful, the cost is too terrible. Unless it is an important building or headquarters facility of a super large company or consortium, and some special high-tech laboratories, few people can afford to use the arc reactor as an energy source. Shunky found a comfortable place for himself to sit down. He and Lee Kyan-hoon just checked and there was no eavesdropping equipment in the house. Hill was not stupid. He knew that even if he installed any eavesdropping and surveillance equipment in this house, the two agents would find it. So he was just generous and didn't install anything to show his sincerity. After making sure that he would not be eavesdropped, Shunky told Lee Kyan-hoon some things. For ordinary people, especially ordinary factories that produce products with low added value, such as jeans and slippers, the burden of arc energy is enough to bankrupt them. Although the energy itself can lower the price, the initial transformation cost is something these companies cannot afford. Shunky pointed to New York City outside the window. Look at New York, the most prosperous city in the world. Now, after so long, and under the premise that Stark Group is transforming new energy infrastructure at cost price, only the prosperous areas of Manhattan and the headquarters of a few super consortiums can afford the arc reactor. Shunky was telling the truth. And the successful ignition of the Surin No. 1 nuclear power plant heralds a huge breakthrough for traditional nuclear power plants. Maybe our technology does not seem as high-tech as the arc, but it is cheap. We only need to make relatively minor modifications to the traditional infrastructure to allow the existing basic power supply equipment to use the energy produced by the Surin nuclear power plant. This is much cheaper than Tony Stark's comprehensive elimination of old infrastructure and replacing it with new ones. Tony Stark's design is very good, but sometimes he does not consider the actual cost of use. Not all countries can afford his tricks. Lee Kyan-hoon nodded after listening to Shunky's words. I understand all this, but what does this have to do with not clearly telling S.H.I.E.L.D. this news? This is politics. Kyan-hoon. Shunky smiled helplessly. If the news is told to S.H.I.E.L.D. directly, then we will have nothing to do. This good man cannot let S.H.I.E.L.D. do it all. Win Stark's favor, and many things will be much easier in the future, including priority use of the arc spacecraft. But what if we fail to save Tony? This plan is still very risky, and Tony might die on the spot. Lee Kyan-hoon was still a little confused. If he really dies, then we can only let him die. Shunky's tone was a little heavy. Politics is like this, we can't make a choice. Since we have the Surin nuclear power plant, we have a certain amount of capital. For some big guys, maybe Tony's death is more in line with their interests. Lee Kyan-hoon's mouth opened slightly into an O shape. But Latveria. If Tony died, do you think Latveria can still save itself? Now the 5 permanent members of the United Nations have not launched a real full-scale war against Doom because they still have Tony Stark. If Tony dies and the Helium-3 plan comes to halt, then Latveria's peaceful days will be over. The United Nations army will trample every piece of land in Eastern Europe and turn Latveria into a scorched earth. Shunky sighed slightly after saying this. Politics is sometimes so cruel. Lee Kyan-hoon also sighed deeply. Her previous contact with Tony Stark left a good impression on her. Although he has a bad reputation, she still has to say that Tony is a charming man. Shunky took a rest and prepared to go out. Lee Kyan-hoon asked, "Where are you going, boss?" "To chat with my fellow brothers." Shunky replied. "Who?" "Daniel Randall, the weakest Iron Fist in Kunlun's history. P.S. There is a special chapter today, which is in the related works. I have written almost 2,000 words, all for free, and all book friends are welcome to read it. By the way, Please vote. Regarding the special chapter, it seems that you can't leave a message in the special chapter? Book friends who have read this special chapter can leave a message in this chapter. If you think it is interesting and worth continuing to write, please leave a message. Chapter 491 Meeting with Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi and Daniel Randall, also known as Iron Fist, are from the same school. Both are warriors from Kunlun Mountain. It can be said that Kunlun has bred quite a lot of Chinese warriors. And almost every generation of Iron Fist is a famous guardian and knight in China, most of whom follow tradition and act according to their own ideas and standards. Only those who can be recognized by Kunlun Shenlong are qualified to obtain the power of Iron Fist, but the level to which the successor of Iron Fist can grow depends entirely on the individual level. Shenlong only gives a step for growth, and his standard for choosing Iron Fist has never been to see how strong a person is, but to care more about his inner strength. Therefore, the successors of Iron Fist in all generations are chivalrous heroes who do justice and fight for justice, from ancient times to the present. And Shenlong never looks at the person's national beliefs and nationality when choosing Iron Fist. After all, these don't mean much to him. So this is why the successors of the last two generations of Iron Fist have become Americans. The Iron Fist before Daniel was Daniel's father, and Daniel is the successor of this generation of Iron Fist. Although Daniel and his father both have strong inner strength, and also believe in the justice and kindness of the Iron Fist tradition. But both father and son seem to have some difficulties in practicing Kunlun skills, although they could not be said to be completely without wisdom. But they could only be considered to be above average, and could not reach the amazing level of the previous Iron Fists. Moreover, the succession of the two Iron Fists was obtained by Americans, which made other fellow brothers in Kunlun somewhat unhappy, although no one would question Shenlong's choice. But there was still some discomfort in their hearts, and the strength of Iron Fist Daniel could not overwhelm the heroes in Kunlun and beat all kinds of disobedience. So the title of the weakest Iron Fist in Kunlun's history spread from then on. By the way, the second weakest Iron Fist in Kunlun was Daniel's father. Shang-Chi did not hide the fact that he knew Daniel and was a fellow disciple. In fact, after watching his fight, Kalson had guessed that he must have something to do with Iron Fist. So Shang-Chi swaggered to Iron Fist's home to find his old friend to reminisce. Shang-Chi and Daniel had a good relationship when they were in Kunlun. At that time, everyone guessed that the choice of Iron Fist should be between these two people. Although Daniel won in the end, the relationship between the two did not deteriorate because of this. Shang-Chi has always been a generous person, and Daniel is not stingy either. Otherwise, Shenlong would not choose Iron Fist over the two. When Shang-Chi came to Daniel's home in New York, Daniel bought a Minkian tea that Shang-Chi liked to drink from Chinatown and prepared to welcome him. "Are you doing well in the United States?" Shang-Chi asked while drinking the tea that Daniel prepared for him. The way Chinese people meet and express their feelings is generally very subtle, and they will not express their feelings directly by hugging. So although Shang-Chi only shook hands with Daniel and then greeted him in a seemingly simple way, Daniel knew that this was Shang-Chi's way of expressing his concern. "It's okay. The salary given by SHIELD is still okay. It may be a little higher than your salary in SHIELD. Iron Fist Daniel doesn't like to drink green tea, he prefers coffee or barley tea." Shang-Chi shook his head helplessly after hearing what Daniel said. "The way you talk is really irritating. Actually, why did you return to the United States so early? Wouldn't it be better to continue your studies in Kunlun? Your strength is among all the Iron Fists the weakest." "I know my own strength." Daniel shrugged. "But there are some things I must come back to deal with, you know. The company my father left me is his only legacy, and it is also the industry he built with all his efforts. I can't give it to others." Daniel has his own persistence and choice. "The ultra-high-speed railway project took my father 20 years, or even a lifetime plan. He was determined to connect the world together. It only takes an hour and a half to travel from the Eastern Hemisphere to the Western Hemisphere." Iron Fist clenched his fist, and Shang-Chi could feel that Daniel was a little excited. "Shorten the distance and eliminate barriers. Make the Earth a large metropolitan area. Connect economically developed areas with backward areas and provide jobs for those places. Connect grain-producing areas with food-scarce areas and eliminate hunger." When Daniel's eyes flashed with an unusual brilliance. "Shorten the distance, shorten the world. The distance from here to there will no longer be an obstacle separating people and countries. This may not be as grand as the Stark Group's new energy or the Osborn Group's limb regeneration plan, but it is still worth my effort. I can't let my father's plan be shelved by those stupid guys, or even become a weight for them to do evil. I want to take those things back. Connect the world in a circle, eliminate regional prejudice and fear of unknown countries. Especially after the Stark Group launched the Arc Energy Plan, my father's vision is no longer empty talk on paper, and the most difficult energy problem has been solved. I want to realize his lifelong dream. Shang-Chi sighed. In fact, I don't think this plan is much worse than the new energy or limb regeneration plan. Connecting the world, in fact, this is a great plan. But there will be many difficulties, and every step of implementation will be difficult. Daniel waved his hand. I have been prepared for a long time. What I am doing now is to take back my company and get everything back on track. This is a turbulent era, and I think I can make my own contribution to this era. Real global integration. Daniel, you haven't told me these things before. Suddenly a strange voice appeared in the room, which made Shang-Chi a little alert. Don't be nervous, Shang-Chi, this is my friend. I just want to introduce you to each other. I have a good relationship with the street hero Nightwalker in New York City. Iron Fist signaled Shang-Chi not to put on a fight. The person who just came was Nightwalker Li Ji. Iron Fist Daniel had contacted him before and said that he would introduce a fellow apprentice to him. Unexpectedly, it was Shang-Chi from the Spear Bureau. The two had met once before at the Stark Industrial Expo. Shang-Chi had a deep impression of Nightwalker. He still remembered that this guy destroyed dozens of destroyer mechas with one knife. Shang-Chi knew that Nightcrawler was also a martial artist, and his strength was quite strong. The two of them formally introduced each other and got to know each other under the introduction of Iron Fist. Actually, I asked you to come and talk together. I think you should know what it means. Tony Stark has offended the Mandarin, and Shang-Chi and I know how strong the Mandarin is. Many brothers in Kunlun died at his hands. Iron Fist looked at Li Ji and said, as a member of SHIELD, I need to protect Tony's safety. Privately, I also want to kill the Mandarin and avenge our friends. Daniel glanced at Shang-Chi, and Shang-Chi's face was serious, which was usually when he was a little angry. Shang-Chi wanted to kill the Mandarin for a long time. So, I hope Nightwatch can help. After all, your relationship with Iron Man seems to be pretty good. Iron Fist didn't know that Li Ji and Tony had formed the Illuminati. And the Illuminati has listed protecting Tony as the most important thing for the time being. Li Ji found a chair and sat down and said, in fact, we have already taken action. In addition to the Night Watch, other New York vigilantes registered under the Night Watch Union, led by the Justice League, have launched a people's war against New York. Ensure that all suspicious outsiders are monitored. People's war? Why did Shang-Chi feel that this sounded so familiar? And he seemed to have seen the preparations made by the Nightwalker somewhere. Shang-Chi shook his head to get rid of his thoughts. If you really decide to participate in these things, I still have to tell you about the intelligence of the Mandarin. Shang-Chi once again told Li Ji everything about the Mandarin. Although Li Ji had heard it from Captain Rogers, some details were still more detailed by Shang-Chi. He has a flying dragon army? Are you sure this is not a Hollywood science fiction movie? Shang-Chi said some things that he might not have told Captain Rogers. So Li Ji was a little surprised. It's just a possibility. We don't know if he really has a flying dragon army. It's possible that there are only one or two. After all, we haven't seen many. Shang-Chi didn't seem to be sure about this information, so he didn't mention it in detail to S.H.I.E.L.D. He probably just mentioned it in the intelligence. Li Ji touched the back of his head. By the way, does S.H.I.E.L.D. have any information about Doom? Li Ji thought about Doom. He wanted to know if S.H.I.E.L.D., which is closer to Eastern Europe, has some information that S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't have. About Doom? Shang-Chi asked. What role will he play in this story? Li Ji was a little curious about how S.H.I.E.L.D. sees Doom. Shang-Chi roughly talked about his inference about Doom, just like what he said to Li Qianhun, but deleted a lot of content about Chinese political analysis. In short, in this matter, Doom should be very unhappy with the Ten Rings and the Mandarin. They will make the already complicated matter more complicated. Shang-Chi took a sip of tea. If possible, I think Doom would definitely want to kill the Mandarin. If someone can contact Doom, he would actually be a great help. But now the 5 permanent members of the United Nations have almost torn their faces with Latveria and the Eastern Bloc. Shang-Chi said with some regret. However, Li Ji calmed down. Although Shang-Chi just covered up a lot of content, Li Ji is a person who knows Asia very well, especially the Chinese way of thinking. He knows very well what Shonky didn't say. Combined with some other influences, he is now almost 100% sure that Doom is indeed going to cooperate with Iron Man to kill the Mandarin. He has to do this for both public and private reasons. Because of the lack of some intelligence before, some things cannot be simply deduced, but now the intelligence is becoming clearer and clearer. Li Ji began to think that joining forces with Doom to pit the Mandarin might be a very good choice. Supervillains fighting each other, this is what he likes to see the most. P.S. For some book friends who don't know where the extra chapter is, there is an answer in the related works at the beginning of the catalog. You need to turn to the top of the catalog, before the chapter at the beginning of this book. There is no charge for extra chapters, but it seems that extra chapters are not mentioned in this chapter. You can leave your thoughts about extra chapters below this chapter. In addition, I will complete the extra chapters bit by bit, and put some small side stories that are not suitable for the main text. Because the worldview of this book is very large, if some things are put in the main text, you will say that the word count is too high. For some content, I will put extra chapters to supplement the worldview and characters. Today's extra content is the story of what happened after Deadpool got Hawkeye's $1 million. Chapter 492, Jimila, Afghanistan. Central Asia. Afghanistan is a peculiar country. This place, known as the Graveyard of Empires, is a place with special magic. Starting from Alexander the Great, this monarch who conquered 3 continents was defeated here. Then Genghis Khan did not get any benefits in Afghanistan. In the modern times, the British Empire, which was at its strongest in the 19th century and was known as the empire on which the sun never sets, also withdrew from Afghanistan. Time is shifting to modern times. The Soviet Union's invasion of Afghanistan did not bring any benefits to the Soviet Union except increasing the death rate of its own soldiers. Then the United States did not believe in evil. As the first battlefield of the anti-terrorism war in the 21st century, the United States has been mired in the quagmire of Afghanistan for more than 10 years. No matter what the purpose of the United States was at the beginning, whether it was really anti-terrorism or to place its own forces in Central Asia and the Middle East. But more than 10 years have passed, and it cannot be said that the United States has completely failed, but for Congress, the benefits it finally got from Afghanistan are very, very limited. This is a big gap from their original preset goals. From a strategic point of view, the operation has actually failed. In Afghanistan alone, the war over the past decade has killed nearly 3,000 American soldiers, and the number of seriously injured and disabled is even greater. The continuous conflicts have consumed a large amount of supplies, and the waves of rebellion have made the U.S. military exhausted. What worries Congress even more is the war budget that continues to increase every year. It is true that the United States is the country with the highest assets in the world, but they have invested too much military force in the wars in Central Asia, the Middle East and Northeast Africa. Modern wars are fought with money. Now Congress has to exceed its budget every year, and there is a fiscal deficit every year. This is a headache for the bigwigs in the financial department, and Congress is not having a good time because there are too many soldiers killed. The voices against the war are rising in the country, especially now that the unemployment rate in the United States is high. People would rather the government invest money in civilian construction, rather than casually taking millions to watch the fireworks of a Tomahawk missile. In this situation, the plan to withdraw troops from Afghanistan has been put on the front stage. A group of bigwigs in Congress have had enough of paying for the decisions of the previous cabinet and parliament. They don't want to continue to invest money in the bottomless pit of Afghanistan. Starting this year, the U.S. military has begun to gradually withdraw from Afghanistan. This country, which has been ravaged by war for decades, including the previous Soviet war and the period of terrorist rule, seems to have ushered in the dawn of peace. The withdrawal of U.S. troops is only one aspect, and the more profound aspect is the launch of the new energy plan. The reason why Tony's new energy plan is called the most important change in the 21st century is not just limited to the replacement of traditional petrochemical energy. In the revolutionary wave of new energy, the Middle East and Central Asia, which originally represented important energy supply areas, began to reduce their value. Among the various wars that have occurred in the world in the past 15 years, the conflicts caused by oil resources are the most. No matter what kind of skin it is covered with, the core inside is simple and naked oil interests. The United States has begun to adjust its foreign policy, including gradually relaxing its control over Iran, Iraq, and the Persian Gulf. Although Afghanistan was not an oil-producing country, because of its special geographical location and national territory, Afghanistan's territory is in the shape of a long and narrow corridor. It is a corridor connecting Central Asia, the Middle East and East Asia. And this long and narrow corridor is connected to the former Soviet Union at one end and China at the other. From a strategic point of view, the United States needs to control such a strategic location. Because of its geographical relationship, this country has become an important forward base for the struggle for Central Asia and the Middle East in recent years. But just like the simplest business, when the value of oil is no longer so important, or it is not worth the lives of various countries, the value of Afghanistan has also plummeted. Because oil is no longer so valuable, the bigwigs who originally supported the warlords in the Middle East and Central Asia suddenly withdrew their investment. These idiots who only know how to destroy but not build now control various oil fields and oil wells, but they are gradually unable to sell them at a low price. Wars driven by oil interests have become ridiculous. Because all smart people have seen that oil may still be useful in chemical products in the future, but that is only a byproduct. After the real most important energy value is stripped away, no one will fight for the raw materials of some chemical products. Because there is no source of funds and various weapons provided by the financial backers behind them, the major warlords in the Middle East and Central Asia seem to have stopped fighting in an instant. The so-called war of faith and holy war are just a ridiculous excuse. The warlords started the war just for profit. As long as they have money, they can sell the lives of their compatriots as commodities. Now that no one wants the commodities, it is time for the warlords to close their business. The Middle East conflict that has troubled the world for decades seems to have seen the dawn of resolution at this moment. In that moment, it seems that peace is really coming to this war-torn land. Countless ordinary people are looking forward to it. As long as peace comes, even if life is a little hard and laborious, at least there is hope for life. No one will force them to die with a gun at any time, and no missile will suddenly appear from the sky when they are sleeping at home. For many people, a peaceful life is more precious than anything else. In Jamila, Afghanistan, because of the withdrawal of U.S. troops and the recent period of time when the warlords were forced to cease fire because of the lack of funding, this small town has entered a relatively peaceful period. Some people who left their homes because of the war returned here to live again. After all, it is hard to leave their hometown. Jamila is a very, very small city. The largest building in the city is an oil refinery built by the former Soviet Union. Because this refinery was once fought over by many warlords, but now it has been abandoned. Because the oil cannot be sold at a high enough price, it is not enough to support the warlords to seize this place with precious weapons and ammunition. Jamila had a population of nearly 70,000 in its heyday, but today there are only more than 9,000 and less than 10,000 people living in this small town and its vicinity. Because of the war, a large loss of population is inevitable. But as long as there is hope to rebuild their homes, there will always be people who come back here to contribute to their hometowns. For example, Dr. Ethan. As a scientist with good talents in biology and medicine, Ethan can go to other countries to seek a high-paying position. After all, talents like him are welcome all over the world. Not to mention that he saved Tony Stark's life. When in the United States, Tony basically treated Ethan as the company's chief scientist. But Ethan and Tony broke up because of the new energy issue. Because compared to Tony, Ethan has a deep pain in the war caused by energy interests. His family died in this kind of war. New energy, the power to change the world. How strong its energy is, how much damage it will cause to the world. Ethan has a deep understanding of this point. He repeatedly persuaded Tony Stark to postpone his plan, or to implement it after having a complete plan. But Tony's pride and arrogance hurt Ethan. In the end, the good man could only leave to give Tony a final warning. The subsequent Eastern European War further verified Ethan's previous conjecture. Now Eastern Europe seems to have ceased fire, but Ethan knows that it is only temporary. When Doom and Wu Chang are more fully prepared, this war will only intensify. Ethan sighed. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He should go to the temporary school to teach the children. As a scholar, Ethan firmly believes that only by mastering the knowledge of this era can he ensure that his compatriots can survive in the future, and only wise people can live better in this world. New energy is a crisis but also an opportunity. As long as the next generation seizes the opportunity, It may not be impossible to build a new and beautiful Afghanistan. Ethan found a hat for himself and put it on. Although there were not many students in the school, only less than 50 people. And he was the only teacher, but he always maintained awe for knowledge and science. Just 1.5 kilometers outside the refinery, an abandoned house and a temporary tent were all that the school had. When Ethan just stepped into the school gate, he found that there was one more person in his school. An adult man. A spotless suit, which was very abrupt and Jamila. The most abrupt thing was that Ethan saw that the man had 10 rings on his hands. The man with 10 rings had a majestic square face and a pair of very bright eyes. At the same time, he had a head of thick black hair, about the length of his back. He had a circle of carefully trimmed beard, which looked very similar to Tony Stark's beard. This was a person who had been in a high position for a long time. In an instant, Ethan could make the simplest judgment. And he had the appearance of an East Asian, which was obviously different from the Afghans in Central and West Asia. However, this man just stood in front of him, without saying a word. He still looked very imposing. If Dr. Ethan had read Hong Kong comics, he would definitely think that the man in front of him looked like the most popular villain boss in Wind and Cloud, Xiongba. The man who looked like Xiongba glanced at Ethan and suddenly said, "Are you Dr. Ethan?" He used authentic Arabic. There are many people who speak Arabic in Afghanistan, and Dr. Ethan happened to be one of them. He nodded and said, "I am. May I ask who you are?" The man who looked like Xiongba smiled and said, "You can call me Zhang Tong. I came to you because I need your help with something. P.S. Today's extra has been updated. In the work-related content, there is a free chapter of 2,000 words. The content is the details and cause and effect of Captain America's lawsuit. All book friends are welcome to watch it. Also, please vote. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 493 Negotiation and Engagement. New York, USA. After getting Shang-Chi's information, Li Ji basically judged that what Doom said was still trustworthy. He and the Mandarin were in a situation of fire and water in all aspects. Doom had no need to deceive Li Ji and Tony about these things. He wanted to kill the Mandarin. This was a real thing. There was nothing to doubt. If what the Chinese man named Shang-Chi said was true, then Doom really needs to kill the Mandarin. Tony nodded. Although a subtle agreement was reached verbally with Doom before, neither party mentioned the specific details and implementation methods. If Doom is willing to help, there are actually many things that can be done. Li Ji agreed. The soldiers under his command are well trained, and we all saw it last time. And I believe that Doom can use a small number of soldiers to pin Russia to the border area between Ukraine and Georgia, and he must have another trump card. And since Latvia has now become the leader of the Eastern European CIS countries, in fact, Doom's people can even easily attack Central Asia. He only needs to go through Ukraine and Uzbekistan. Li Ji touched his head and said while thinking, "What bad ideas are you thinking of again?" Tony knew that Li Ji must be thinking of all kinds of things at this time. "I'm just thinking, if the Mandarin really comes to New York to kill you, and then his rear is empty, can Latveria and the Shield join forces to wipe out the Ten Rings gang? You know, I don't like to beat the villains half to death every time and then let them go." Li Ji shrugged. "I always think it's better to kill all these terrorists. They are not of much benefit to the progress of human society, but a stumbling block. Too many of them will make us exhausted." Tony agreed with what Li Ji said. "Then contact Doom now, what do you think?" Just as he said, we set a small trap for the Mandarin and the Ten Rings. Tony also had a wicked smile on his face. When Doom was contacted again, he spoke in an expected tone, "Have you confirmed whether what I said is true or false, and my determination to kill the Mandarin?" Doom was not stupid. He naturally knew that Li Ji and Tony would be puzzled by his sudden help. He would definitely investigate. But he didn't expect the two to reply to him so quickly. "Doom, at least this time we have a common goal. I think you should be willing to kill a guy like the Mandarin. No matter how the outside world evaluates you, saying that you are a tyrant and a dictator. But I know that Latvia is better off under your rule than most Eastern European countries." Li Ji first gave Doom a high hat, and this flattery made Doom feel very comfortable. At least there are no refugees starving to death in Latvia, nor a large number of prostitutes going abroad to find work. Being able to simply live in this world is already happier than 50% of the people on Earth. Doom was very satisfied with Li Ji's statement. Look, I said that you and I are the same kind of people. Come work for me, you can become an excellent diplomat. Li Ji smiled and shook his head. I am more accustomed to life in New York. Doom said dryly, what a pity. He continued, so what do you think about my proposal? Li Ji glanced at Tony, and Tony nodded. Li Ji turned around and said to Doom on the other side of the monitor, we can agree, but at a small condition. Doom didn't like others to negotiate conditions with him, so he said in an uncomfortable tone, what condition? We can't just kill the Mandarin. I hope to completely destroy the 10 rings. Make them disappear from this world. Li Ji said seriously. Doom seemed a little surprised at first, but then he found it very interesting, and finally laughed. I like your attitude towards work. The meeting between Doom, Li Ji and Tony lasted nearly 4 hours, including designing various details. And the problem of intelligence communication about the 10 rings. Such tedious things, etc. When everything was roughly agreed, Doom turned off the communication. Li Ji said to Tony, as an official person, this matter can only be left to you, the captain and the people of the SHIE, Tony. Iron Man sat on the sofa and ate a piece of dark chocolate and waved his hand. Leave it to me, anyway, I have been unhappy with the 10 rings for a long time. Tony is a vengeful person, and he still hasn't forgotten the grudge of the last streaking incident in New York. Compared to killing him, it was obvious that streaking, such a shameful thing, made him hate it more. In fact, Tony was more active than anyone else in destroying the 10 rings and the Mandarin. When the captain comes to take over the duty at night, I will have a good talk with him about what we talked about with Doom today. I will also contact Professor X later. Tony finished the dark chocolate in 2 or 3 bites. Why does the captain come to your duty as a bodyguard at night? Li Ji asked before leaving. Because you are here during the day. Tony waved his hand to indicate that it was almost time for Li Ji to leave. Well, Captain Rogers can come whenever he wants. Anyway, he is the one who arranged the bodyguard plan of S.H.I.E.L.D. Li Ji is leaving now. He also needs to buy a high-end new suit and a pair of brand new leather shoes before those high-end shopping malls close at night. It's not that he doesn't have these things. It's just that because of some special things, he feels that he needs to dress more decently and solemnly. Because tomorrow, one of his best friends, Harry Osborn, will hold an engagement ceremony. And I will attend this ceremony as a witness. No matter what, this is the most important part of Harry's life. Li Ji and Peter didn't know about Harry's proposal to Mary Jane until recently. And Mary Jane has agreed to Harry's proposal. In this way, among the 3 good friends, Harry Osborn, who is young and rich and the Prince Charming in the hearts of countless girls, will be the first to enter the palace of marriage. For Harry, choosing Mary Jane as his life partner is the most important thing in his life. And for Mary Jane, choosing Harry as her husband will also make her bear many things in the future. It is not so easy to be a wife of a wealthy family. Sometimes it doesn't look as glorious as it seems. So Harry is going to give Mary a grand wedding, and the preparations for the entire wedding will be jointly selected and created by the two. He doesn't want Mary to regret marrying him in the future. Because of the wedding preparations, the wedding ceremony they are currently holding will be held a year later. But the engagement ceremony was chosen recently. For Harry, he really couldn't help but want to announce his happiness and choice to others. Especially with his good friends. The engagement ceremony does not need to be too complicated and luxurious, the main thing is to pay attention to the sense of ceremony. However, a small episode occurred on the day of the engagement ceremony because Harry's 2 friends, Peter and Li Ji, quarreled in the backstage. I recommend a book list for book friends, Brooke Sega's Homestyle Food, mainly promoting the 2-dimensional series of books. Interested book friends can pay attention to it. Chapter 494 Engagement Ceremony and Godfather Selection. Harry Osborn chose his own Osborn Manor as the place for his engagement ceremony. After all, it was not a wedding, so there was no need to choose a very solemn place like a church or a hall. Moreover, if he went to a public church or hall for engagement, it would definitely attract a lot of unnecessary paparazzi. At least so far, Harry Osborn did not want his engagement with Mary to be publicized. At present, he only made a notice to his relatives and friends. Those who were invited to the ceremony were all relatives and friends. This was for Mary's consideration. Because if Mary wanted to become Mrs. Osborn, then her life would need to make many changes. It is not easy to be a wife of a wealthy family, especially the wife of Harry Osborn. The various companies and industries under the Osborn Group controlled by Harry are worth hundreds of billions. And this does not include the financial valuation premium of the Osborn Group by Wall Street. If the premium is included, the value of the Osborn Group easily exceeds $1 trillion. As the helmsman of such a supergroup, Harry's every word and action will be watched by many people. At the same time, his partner will also be exposed as much. Even for some paparazzi, digging up the stories of the family behind a top rich man can attract more attention than directly reporting on the rich man himself. Mary had to realize this since she started dating Harry. Especially after she agreed to become Harry's wife. Her lifestyle needs to change a lot. She is now a rising star on Broadway. She previously starred in the musicals Wicked, Les Miserables and Chicago, and received rave reviews on Broadway. Many professional critics have rated her as the most promising musical actress in the 21st century. And now she will star in the classic The Phantom of the Opera, known as the King of Musicals, with a troupe. The performance has only been 3 shows and has caused a sensation among Broadway musical lovers. Mary Jane's singing voice is amazing, and her performance on the stage is extremely natural. This has made her have a large number of fans. Watching stage plays before movies were invented. Especially watching Broadway stage plays is the main form of entertainment for the upper class in New York and even the United States. The star effect of Broadway in those days was no less than that of today's Hollywood stars. After the invention of movies, especially after the 1960s when film technology began to improve rapidly, Broadway began to go downhill. Compared with stage plays, many people prefer movies with fast rhythms and changing scenes. This makes many practitioners always consider whether theaters and stages are really necessary. But people's aesthetics are very strange. When people have had enough of the visual bombardment in front of the big screen and the deafening sound effects. In the new century, people began to recall the love, hatred and hatred performed on the stage. Although stage plays and musicals have their own limitations, they also have unique charms. Because they are all live performances, this requires actors to have profound acting skills. Facing thousands of audiences on the spot, things like missing words and forgetting words will make the scene very embarrassing. In addition, performing musicals also requires showing your singing voice and singing skills on the spot, which is even more difficult. Stage plays and musicals require the actors on the stage to use their performances to make the audience forget the simple scenery. People have once again discovered a charm of live performances, which is completely different from movies. So more and more people are returning to the theater, sitting in the audience and watching these classic plays seriously. But like all the stars under the spotlight, the stars of stage plays are also stars. The saying that people who are famous are prone to gossip is not a joke. In this age of entertainment to death, paparazzi can make up a lot of trivial things. Especially the gossip about the relationship between men and women, which is the favorite of entertainment tabloids. Mary Jane is in such a world, so she naturally understands the rules. Although she has always been clean. But she can't stand someone throwing dirty water on her. If she is Harry's girlfriend, this kind of thing is okay. But if she becomes Mrs. Osborn and still has such a thing, what will Harry do with his face? Because girlfriend and wife are completely different roles in life. From the moment she decided to become Harry's wife, Mary Jane began to think about her role as a wife. Since she had to change her surname to Osborn, Mary would not allow her husband to be slandered and ridiculed by anyone else, especially because of her relationship. So after the tour of the Phantom of the Opera ends this year, Mary Jane will officially announce her retirement from the industry. Harry knows how much Mary likes to perform on stage. Some people are born to perform, such as Mary Jane. So Harry feels a little guilty about Mary. Actually, there is no need to be so extreme, Mary. If you still like to perform, you can continue to perform. Harry held Mary's hand and said, I have many ways to shut up those paparazzi. Mary smiled at Harry. You can make them shut up in front of you, but you can't make that group of people shut up behind your back. Since I want to be your wife, then I naturally don't allow my husband to be a person who is laughed at. Marrying a wife with the nature of the entertainment industry, you will face much more pressure than me in the future. I can't be too selfish, right? Life is about mutual responsibility. I can't be too willful. Mary leaned her head on Harry's shoulder and said softly, Okay, but what if I buy a theater company in the future and let you be the leader? Harry hugged Mary and said, That's not bad. Mary laughed softly. The two looked at each other, and everything was self-evident. Just as the two were preparing for a deep kiss in this romantic atmosphere, they were suddenly awakened by a quarrel from the dressing room next door. Lygie and Peter were preparing in the dressing room next door. As Harry's two best friends, they naturally had to attend the engagement ceremony. And they also had more important responsibilities. One of them was to give the ring to Harry when he proposed. This was a ceremony Harry had proposed before. Both of them wanted this position very much, because it only happens once in a lifetime. However, only one person was required to give the ring, but there were two people here. Harry didn't know who to assign it to. So he gave the decision-making power of this matter to the two of them to solve it themselves. I think it's more appropriate for me to give it, Lygie said, looking at the pair of wedding rings on the table. Why? I have known Harry much earlier than you. I have known him since elementary school, more than 10 years. Peter disagreed with Lygie's statement. But you were dumped by Gwen recently. As a person who represents failed relationships, doesn't it feel strange to send blessings to a newlywed couple? Lygie deeply understood what it meant to hit someone in the face and to expose their shortcomings when scolding them. Lygie's words made Peter furious on the spot. He shouted loudly, "Hey! Do you want to fight? Besides, I will find a way to win Gwen back." Lygie looked up at the sky and said lightly, "I heard that there are a lot of handsome guys in the University of London. And Gwen has always liked British looks. But she broke up with you, and you were separated by tens of thousands of kilometers. You haven't seen each other for at least a year." Lygie whistled. "Huh? Do you think she will bring her boyfriend back to the United States to see George? So I'll give her this pair of rings." Peter was very unconvinced. She was dating a superhero before, Spider-Man. I don't believe other ordinary men can charm her. Oh. Yes. Lygie's face was full of disbelief, if a certain Spider-Man was not confused by a cat. Peter pursed his lips. What happened to the black cat afterwards? Lygie glanced at Peter. Are you still concerned about her? I just want to know how she is doing. Last time you carried out an operation to arrest Black Cat, but you didn't let me participate. I'm just curious about the prison you sent her to. Peter promised that he was not obsessed with Black Cat. She was taken away by Frank. Lygie shrugged. As for whether Frank wants to execute her or send her somewhere, I don't know. He hopes we won't ask. Well, taken away by Frank. This is probably worse than being imprisoned, right? Peter didn't want to guess the fate of Black Cat anymore. The quarrel between the two forced Harry to come over and take a look at the two. After knowing the reason for the quarrel, he helplessly stroked his forehead. Enough, guys. Hurry up and solve it. The ceremony is about to begin. If you really can't do it, you can use rock, paper, scissors to decide. Finally, following Harry's advice, the two used the most traditional way of choosing the right to decide, that is, rock, paper, scissors. However, Lygie just forgot carelessly that Peter has spider sense. He doesn't need to cheat, he can guess what should be done with his super sixth sense. Damn, you should go to Atlantic City to gamble. I'm sure you can gamble the casino owner into bankruptcy. Lygie handed the wedding ring to Peter. Maybe we can try it next time, Peter said with a beaming face after taking the wedding ring. By the way, I have to talk to Harry about other things, Lygie said after handing the ring to Peter. Peter asked, what is it? Today is his engagement day, don't bother him with other things. Nothing else, I'm just thinking. If he and Mary have a child, does he need a godfather? I think I'm an excellent educator and elder who can take on this position. Lygie walked out of the dressing room and prepared to find Harry. And Peter followed him. Godfather? Come on. You haven't even joined the church. Even if the child needs a godfather, it should be me. Peter Parker. I learned a lot about how to raise a child from Uncle Ben and Aunt May. People who have been dumped by their girlfriends are not qualified to say these things. Lygie ignored Peter. If you say that again, I'll be angry. Peter followed Lygie all the way. On the lawn of Osborne Manor, Harry and Mary's engagement ceremony was officially held. When Harry knelt on one knee and stared at Mary, he said, "Marry me." Mary nodded and said, "I do." Peter immediately ran up and put the ring next to Harry's hand. In addition to Harry's relatives and friends, Lan, who had been living in Lygie's new home, was invited to watch the engagement ceremony. She wore a light yellow dress today and a black crystal necklace. This was what Lygie strongly asked her to wear before coming. The white skin formed a strong contrast with a black crystal necklace, which looked very beautiful. She stood beside Li Ji and applauded Harry and Mary. She tilted her head and asked Li Ji softly, "I heard that you had a quarrel with Peter in there just now?" "Why?" Li Ji answered while clapping, "Have you forgotten who was sitting next to me the last time we watched a movie, and kept chattering, so that I didn't know what the movie was about?" Lan knew which time Li Ji was talking about. "Are you talking about the movie A Dog's Purpose?" "Yes." Li Ji nodded. "I don't know what the movie A Dog's Purpose is about, but I know very clearly who the dog who carried out this mission is." Lan was almost amused by Li Ji and laughed out loud. "Speaking of dogs, you seem to have always regarded Thor as a swollen Alaska." "Yes, it turned out to be a salted fish. Since Li gained weight, he has become a swollen Alaska." Li Ji nodded. "I've been busy recently and didn't notice him. He seems to be working very hard recently." Lan nodded. "Yes, and not very hard, but very hard." Li Ji narrowed his eyes. "This is a very hard-working Alaskan. Why do I have a bad feeling about this?" Chapter 495 Thor's Change. Jane Foster, Note 1, felt that her life was too messy recently. After graduating from the nursing major of medical school, she started looking for a job. However, it was not easy to find a nursing job. Unless she was willing to go to a very remote inland area and take a relatively low salary. But this was not possible for Jane. Because the tuition of medical school is not cheap. Although compared with the general doctors who need to study for 7 years, 10 years or even longer, nurses only need to study for 4 to 5 years, Note 2. But studying in medical school is not a cheap thing. Without relying on student loans, Jane Foster would not be able to complete her studies. And it is difficult for medical students to get scholarships, which is the same as students studying finance. Jane has been studying in college for several years. In addition to the student loans, she also had to work part-time as a waitress in a pizza shop outside to ensure that the income and expenditure were balanced. During the 1 year of nursing internship, there was only a pitiful subsidy. Her life was once in a dilemma, but fortunately she managed to hold on. Now she has officially started working and needs a job with a decent salary to ensure that she can repay her student loans. It is called a student loan, but in essence it is just a business of the bank. Like all commercial loans, this is a loan that requires you to pay for what you have paid for. It is not a welfare program. If Jane goes to a more ordinary city in the inland, then her life will have to become extremely tight in the next 5 or 6 years, and she will need to be thrifty with every penny she spends, so as not to bankrupt her bank credit. Because even in the United States, there is income inequality. In a place like New York, the same job in the city generally pays much higher than those in small cities. If you go to those closed, even somewhat conservative and backwoods cities in the inland, it will be very, very difficult. You must know that the beliefs and customs in some inland areas and some marginal areas of the United States are daunting, such as the flying noodle god cult. Although saving and helping people is what Jane is willing to do from the bottom of her heart, that kind of life is too terrible. Jane prefers to stay in New York. However, the competition in New York is very fierce, and the standards for recruiting nurses in good hospitals are very strict. Although she got a job in a high-end private hospital through her classmates, but because of the behavior of the 2 classmates who wanted to sexually assault her later, she decided to stay away from the hospital. But maybe it was after meeting the masked hero called Moonbird last time, Jane Foster felt that her luck was starting to improve. She got an admission notice from another hospital in the Upper East Side of Manhattan. Aldermont Center Hospital, a high-end private hospital in the Upper East Side of Manhattan. It is well known in the United States for minimally invasive surgery and nerve connection surgery. The chief surgeon, Dr. Strange, is the world's top neurosurgeon. It is said that he is a legendary figure with a 100% cure rate. Jane Foster is very glad that she can join such a hospital. She is now on the subway on her way to the hospital. Today is her first day at work, and she left early. She hopes to leave a good impression on her head nurse. The morning rush hour in New York is as terrible as that in all mega cities. In the subway, people are compressed into a pile like sardines in a can. It is very troublesome for you to take your mobile phone out of your bag. The subway is crowded, but the road traffic will be even more congested. If you don't want to be late for work, the subway is the most punctual means of transportation. So even if it is crowded, it is still the first choice for office workers. Everyone dislikes this kind of crowded traffic, except for one kind of people. The crowded morning rush hour is the best time for them to harvest, that is, thieves. For bag thieves, The subway during the morning and evening rush hours is their place of work. Whether to have a big meal or drink water today depends on these two trains. Generally, thieves will choose their targets, and generally will not choose people who look very vigilant. The second is men who look strong, because if they are caught, they may be beaten violently, and if the other party also has a gun, it will be even worse. Therefore, women with less vigilance are their first choice. In particular, many girls like to put their mobile phones in their backpacks instead of holding them in their hands. For a professional bag thief, they usually have a sharp blade in their hands. Usually it is something like a very sharp razor blade. They will walk past you and look normal. Because of the morning rush hour, the thief may squeeze you. Then they will cut a hole in your bag without anyone noticing, and then take the mobile phone or wallet inside as quickly as possible. A professional thief only needs a chance to steal everything from you. Jane Foster, who was thinking about how she should work and perform today, relaxed her vigilance. She was silently reciting the nursing rules and hospital regulations. She didn't want to make any mistakes on the first day. And such inattentive people are the targets of thieves. A very thin but flexible man walked forward in the crowded subway. It seemed that he had a companion in another car. Because the subway was too crowded, he leaned towards Jane when he passed by her. Jane didn't care, after all, the subway was so crowded. The man apologized and said, "Excuse me, Mom." Jane smiled politely, "It's okay." Just as the man wanted to leave, a big hand grabbed his throat directly. A man who was at least 1.95 meters tall and looked extremely strong grabbed his throat. The man had long golden hair and a carefully trimmed beard. The raised eyebrows and sharp eyes made him aggressive and different from the average urban male. This man was Thor. Just by looking at him, you knew that this man was not easy to mess with. No thief would choose such a person as a target, but the fact that the thief did not bother him did not mean that he would not bother the thief. Thor pinched the neck of the cunning man and said, "Take out the things that you just took that do not belong to you." Thor was very strong. Although he was still fat, he was much better after Liji's high-level weight loss. Although his body fat percentage could not be reduced and he could not reproduce his 8-pack abs. But he looked as strong as a wrestler in WWE. He pinched the thief's neck and glanced at Jane and said, "Mom, you'd better check your bag." "What?" Jane was confused by the sudden incident. But she still followed Thor's advice and took a look at her backpack. The bag was cut open and it happened to be the place where she put her mobile phone. After she found out her things were stolen, she looked at Thor and said, "My phone is missing." This thief had observed carefully before committing the crime. Thor looked at the thief with a bad look and said, "Did you hear what this lady said? Take out the things that don't belong to you." Thor's attack was very heavy, and the thief felt like he was about to be strangled to death by him. He had no ability to resist at all. He obediently took out the phone from his pocket and gave it back to Jane. Jane only realized now that this man was actually a thief. She thanked Thor and said, "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would be in big trouble. The phone contains the phone numbers and contact information of almost all my friends and family, as well as various memos, and the recipes I just downloaded yesterday, including the recipe of my favorite cookies." Jane found that she seemed to have said too much, and she smiled awkwardly. "Thank you very much anyway." Thor loosened his hand that was pinching the thief, pulled his collar and nodded to Jane, "You're welcome." Then he turned around and said loudly to the passengers in the subway, "See who else's things were stolen." The passengers saw Thor catching the thief just now, and everyone started to look through their bags to see if anything was missing. Sure enough, many passengers were missing things, and these things were found one by one from the thief. At the next stop, Thor handed the thief to the subway police. He didn't have the extra mood to care about this matter. He was very busy during work hours. And he had many other things to do. For example, studying. Yes, you heard it right. Thor is really obsessed with learning recently. He is really learning. Don't think wrongly. The main things he learns are various first aid measures and various medical knowledge. After some unspeakable changes happened in his heart, Thor was like a different person. Of course, what he said to Liji was that he was moved by Christine's spirit. So he also wanted to cure diseases and save people. As for whether Liji believed it or not, that was another matter. But anyway, all kinds of books were bought for Thor. So this Thor, who had been wild all his life and could only use a battle axe and a war hammer to chop the enemy's head into pieces, now put down the axe and picked up books and became a good student. Even on the subway, he was holding a thick medical book. The thief he caught just now was just a coincidence. Thor is now racing against time to learn and improve himself, although he still has a lot of things he hasn't understood. But as Lan said, Thor is now very, very hard-working. And Jane, who had just been robbed, now realized what the book that the big man had been holding and reading was. Common First Aid Guide and Hospital First Aid Procedure is a professional first aid book, not for home first aid. This made Jane very curious. Could this fierce-looking Ben man be an emergency doctor? From Thor's image, he could be a warrior or a gangster. Jane even believed that he was a Viking pirate who traveled through time more than 1,000 years ago, but a doctor? Jane looked Thor up and down, and she couldn't associate him with the image of a doctor. She walked towards Thor with some curiosity and said, "Thank you just now. My name is Jane Foster, and my friends call me Jane." She stretched out a hand, and Thor nodded and shook hands with her and said, "Hello Jane, you're welcome. You can call me Thor." Jane felt that Thor's hand was unusually large and very powerful. Jane pointed to the book in Thor's hand and asked, "Are you an emergency doctor?" "What? Oh, no. At least not for the time being." Thor shook his head. "I am a stretcher bearer in an ambulance, but I want to learn more about first aid. If I can help some people, it would be the best if I have the opportunity to become an emergency doctor." "A stretcher bearer aspires to become an emergency doctor?" Exclamation mark. Jane suddenly had a lot of good feelings towards Thor. Because at any time, people who have ideals and ambitions and put them into action will be admired by others. Thor continued, "But it may be difficult to become an emergency doctor. There is a lot of knowledge that I don't understand, including some emergency nursing and so on. After all, I haven't learned it." Thor made an expression that he was also confused. This made Jane laugh. "Thor, where do you work?" "Aldermont Central Hospital." Thor told the truth. "Huh." Jane's tone was a little surprised, and then some happy. "That's great, big guy. We will be colleagues. I am a nurse in the emergency department of the hospital." "Emergency department nurse?" "I have been dealing with the emergency department for a long time, but I haven't seen you." Thor had some doubts. Jane stood on tiptoe and tried to make her eyes level with Thor. She patted Thor's shoulder and said, "Because I just started working today." Jane said seriously with a stern face, which made both of them laugh. Jane Foster felt that today was her lucky day, as she met a good colleague on her first day at work, and this colleague helped her catch a thief. She happily chatted with Thor all the way to the hospital gate and exchanged contact information. Jane needed to report to the emergency department, while Thor had to go to the ambulance center to work. Just as Thor was going to the ambulance center, Christine patted Thor on the shoulder from behind and asked with a smile. The girl just now was very beautiful and seemed to be talking and laughing. "Is she your girlfriend?" Thor saw that it was Christine, shook his head and said, "No." He told Christine exactly what happened on the subway. This made Christine amazed. "I didn't expect that the big guy in our group, although a little too strong, is still quite popular with women," Christine said meaningfully. "What?" Thor was a little confused about what Christine meant by this sentence. Christine could only shake her head. "Sometimes you are quite smart, but most of the time you are quite stupid." Thor said helplessly, "My brother often says this to me." The two of them walked towards the ambulance center while chatting and laughing. In the distance, Dr. Stephen Strange saw all this. He gently crumpled up the coffee cup in his hand and threw it into the trash can, then stepped into the elevator to go to his luxurious office on the 15th floor. Note 1. Jane Foster here uses the settings in animation and comics to be a nurse, instead of using the female scientist setting in the movie. Note 2. Today's nurses, especially those in good hospitals in big cities, have very high requirements. I chatted with nurses during my hospitalization in a tertiary hospital in Shanghai. Most of them are nursing majors at the School of Medicine of Shanghai Jiaotong University. They have 4 years of professional courses and 1 year of internship. Only then can they have the opportunity to be nurses in such hospitals. Now, I am afraid that graduates from ordinary medical schools cannot find jobs in good hospitals in big cities. Chapter 496. You are the angel, and you are also the devil. Stephen Strange. A global neurosurgeon, he is the leader in his field. He has pioneered many revolutionary surgical rescue methods. Strange's trauma surgery method has been promoted by him worldwide and has become the most important treatment method in countless surgical fields, especially neurosurgery. It is not without reason that The Lancet magazine selected him as one of the 50 greatest doctors of the 21st century. In the study of neurosurgery, Strange has a unique talent. He has provided important research directions and technical support for mankind in the field of neuromedicine research. It is not difficult to see his importance from the fact that the Osborne Group selected him as the most important neurosurgery consultant to participate in the Limb Regeneration Improvement Program. For Strange, the operating table is his battlefield. Here he is the commander, leading his men to fight against death. Although it is difficult to make an evaluation of his chaotic private life, not many people criticize him. After all, wasn't Tony Stark a playboy before? For these geniuses, people are more concerned about how much change they can bring to the world, rather than how many girlfriends they have changed this month. Strange is a little busy today. He has 3 operations to do in one day. He is the hospital's golden signboard, and many people come for his fame. Because of his 100% success rate of surgical cure, the hospital does not want to break his golden body, so he has the right to freely choose patients. If Stephen thinks a patient is hopeless, then he will definitely not accept it. Today's 3 operations went smoothly, except for the last operation, which damaged the nerve connecting the brain and the spine, which took him some effort. The other 2 operations were not difficult. The 3 operations took Strange a total of 14 hours. On average, it takes less than 5 hours to complete an operation. Strange's hand speed is also famous in the industry. He has a pair of flexible hands that he is proud of. This is one of his assets to become an excellent surgeon. But even so, after 14 hours of surgery, Dr. Strange felt very tired. Surgery has always been a matter that requires a high degree of mental concentration. The highly concentrated operation of the brain will consume a lot of sugar in the body. The consumption of the body by super-intensive and highly concentrated mental labor is no less than that of heavy manual laborers. He walked out of the operating room and refused the opinions of other nurses to send him back to the office to rest. He found a vending machine outside the corridor and bought a bottle of Coke to replenish his sugar. Sitting outside the corridor of the emergency floor, Strange drank Coke to replenish his sugar, and at the same time felt the cold touch of the cold iron chair on his back, which made him feel much better. When the doctors and nurses passing by saw him, they would stop and say hello to him, or nod. He is a powerful figure in the hospital. To many doctors and nurses, he is a superior, and to patients, he is a savior. When those patients who were almost dead were saved by Strange one after another, they and their families excitedly told Strange about his greatness and praised him. There is a saying in the East, saving a life is worse than building a 7-story pagoda. There is also a saying in the West, the glory of killing 100 people is not as good as saving the life of an innocent person. But at this moment, although Strange always puts on a kind and amiable appearance, his heart is always cold. He could not feel the gratitude of those who had escaped death, nor could he share the joy of those patients who had been paralyzed for a long time but stood up again because of his surgery. Sometimes he was like a puppet without emotion. Medicine and art became simple tools in his hands, and surgery and treatment became a measurable transaction. If there was anything that could motivate him, it might be the sense of accomplishment after a successful surgery and the admiration of others. Of course, flowers, applause, honor and money were indispensable. Strange was sitting and resting, and he saw an acquaintance walking in the corridor of the emergency floor. He called the other party, Christine. Strange. Christine, wearing an emergency suit, looked like she had just finished an operation, and she didn't take off the mask and wig on her face. No one is with you today. Strange patted the seat next to him and motioned Christine to sit down and talk. Christine took off her mask and sat next to Strange and said, "No. I am on duty in the emergency surgery operating room today. I just admitted a patient with a torn blood vessel and a lot of internal bleeding." Christine shook her head. Strange knew that the operation was probably a failure. He frowned and said, "You don't have to stay in the emergency surgery department, especially in the ambulance center. No one likes to do this kind of work." Christine stared at Strange and said, "It's because no one likes to do it, but someone has to do it." After saying that, Christine looked like she wanted to leave. Strange called her again. "Christine, are you free tomorrow night? I'll treat you to dinner." Christine stood still and turned to look at Strange and said, "Is this a date with me?" "Strange, we've tried. We're not suitable." After saying that, Christine shook her head. Seeing that Christine was about to walk away, Strange couldn't help but say, "At least this time, tomorrow is my birthday." Christine stopped again. She looked at Strange and seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, she said, "In this case, I can consider it. But you have to agree to one condition of mine first. Dissection of the organ donor, and then the removal of the organ." Strange wanted to be Christine's assistant in this operation, and this was Christine's condition. As a surgeon, Strange was naturally proficient in anatomy, which was a basic skill. It was not difficult for him to remove organs. After bowing to the donor for 3 minutes, he injected the donor with drugs to make him brain dead. The operation officially began. For skilled doctors like Strange and Christine, this operation was not very difficult. The donor was a high-level paraplegic patient who could not move below the neck. This situation has lasted for 3 years. Sometimes medicine can create miracles, but more often it is despair. The high-level paraplegic patient could not heal his body. He could only watch himself decay day by day, and finally die in a humble way. He didn't want to die like this, it was so shameless. So after discussing with his family, he chose euthanasia and donated his organs after death. After a physical examination, the doctor determined that his kidneys, liver, heart and corneas could be donated. After hiding his name, the organ donor ended his life on the operating table. When his organs were taken out, they were immediately placed in special storage containers. Then, they rushed to deliver these fresh organs to the operating rooms of various hospitals and gave them to patients who needed organ transplants. Because organs will lose their activity within a few hours after leaving the body. After all this was done and the donor's appearance was arranged, all medical staff bowed in silence for 3 minutes to mourn the organ donor again. Strange felt that it was a mistake to agree to Christine's conditions. Although Christine came out to have dinner with him, it was obviously not of high quality. She used her fork to pick up the salad on her plate one by one, and seemed to have no appetite. Strange patted her hand. "You don't need to think about other things after the operation." Christine smiled at Strange, and Strange didn't quite understand the meaning of the smile. She said, "Today's organ donor is named Sibian. He was a patient I saved during emergency treatment 3 years ago. He was in a car accident, and I was the first to arrive at the scene and saved his life, but he was still paralyzed." Strange frowned. "Then you must feel very bad today." Christine exhaled. "Yes, I was the one who injected brain death into him today. I saved him, but in the end I also killed him." Strange felt that this topic was a bit heavy, and some of his worries were aroused. He didn't want to talk about it, and he wanted to change the subject. But Christine obviously wanted to continue chatting on this topic. Doctors don't always save people, right? Sometimes they are also executioners. Christine said. "Can we not talk about this?" Strange looked a little upset. "You can't save everyone, some people always deserve to die. You can't blame yourself for this kind of thing." "Blame yourself?" "No." Christine shook her head. "I don't blame myself for this kind of thing, because I know I tried my best. This is a war, fighting with death we always lose more than we win. People with fragile hearts should have left this industry long ago." As Nightingale said, "Sometimes to heal, often to help, always to comfort." Although Sibian is dead, he is still alive. He used his fresh organs to save 7 people. His parents are also proud of him. Christine stared at Strange and said word by word, "Do you know why I am the main surgeon today? This is the request of Sibian and his family." "Why?" Strange asked with a frown. "I saved his life when he was dying. Although he lived very strong, he was in pain. He wanted to leave this world in a decent way. I saved him, and he also wanted me to send him away. Death is not the end, it is just a new beginning." Christine's words made Strange feel very uncomfortable. "Strange, today is my birthday. Can we talk about something happy?" "Christine, your girlfriends can help you create a lot of happy things, but I still want to say, Strange, what are you afraid of? Where are your ambitions? Look at what you are doing now, you are timid. Are you so afraid of failure and facing death? You were not like this when you were studying and doing internships." "Okay, Christine, I don't want to talk about this." Strange's face was a little stiff. "You can't bear your sister's death for the rest of your life. It's no big deal to admit that you are immortal, Strange. You can't be an angel and a devil at the same time. Aren't you tired?" Christine's words were very sincere. And the only person who can say these words to Strange is probably Christine. She spoke bluntly, and her eyes did not hesitate when she looked at Strange. This made Strange feel very annoyed, as if all his achievements had become insignificant at this moment. He said unhappily, "Enough. You are no longer my girlfriend. You can't hide yourself behind honors all your life, pretending to be omniscient and omnipotent. In fact, you are a bitch who is afraid of failure. It's time to wake up from your dream, Strange. Christine is a strong woman, and even more a strong female doctor. She cherishes life, so she joined the ambulance center. At the same time, she also clearly realized that some things in the world need to be done by someone, and she doesn't mind being a minority. And she also knows that some things are not controlled by human power. She should not despair when she is in a trough, nor should she be arrogant when she is at the peak. Only this kind of peaceful mentality can make her a truly outstanding emergency doctor. At the same time, it is also because of her calmness and unrestrainedness that Christine has a different kind of charm. Let Strange and Thor fall for her. Even though Strange had taken a different path and drifted away from Christine until they broke up, Strange still felt that Christine was an irreplaceable person. The reason why he invited Christine to dinner today was actually to make peace with each other, because he found that Christine and her stretcher-bearer had been getting along a little bit abnormally recently, which made Strange a little unhappy. But it was obvious that Strange had miscalculated. Now he saw Christine packing up and preparing to leave, and couldn't help but say, "Dinner isn't over yet." Christine shrugged, "But I see you're not in the mood to eat anymore." Christine was right. She shook her head and said, "Strange, I asked you to participate in the donor surgery to let you know that death is not the end. Sometimes it is not as terrible as you think. Whether as a former girlfriend or a current colleague, I just simply hope that you can get better. You can't always be blinded by money and honor and forget your original intention." Christine looked at the watch and said, "It's getting late. I have something to do in the evening." "What is it?" Strange glanced at his watch. It was only 8:20 in the evening. "Help the big guy in my team with lessons. That's it. Goodbye." Christine waved and said goodbye to Strange, and Strange was the only one sulking at the scene. He angrily threw the napkin hard on the table. He silently said in his heart, "Thor." Chapter 497, Salted Fish's 360-degree turnaround. Regarding setting traps for the 10 rings and the Mandarin, or even catching them all in one fell swoop. This involves three major forces, Latveria, SHIELD, and SHIELD. Among them, SHIELD contributed the least. As long as they protected Tony's safety in the United States, they would have completed their mission. Latveria and SHIELD are positive forces. They have to face the 10 rings directly on the Chinese border and in Central Asia. The involvement and cooperation of the three forces is a troublesome matter. Although Li Ji participated in the arrangement and consultation of the entire plan, including discussions with other people in the Illuminati and private discussions with Captain Rogers, Li Ji has always disliked putting himself in front of the government. Some things are better known by their own people. There is no need to attract the attention of the government. Therefore, the things on the stage still have to be handed over to Tony and Captain Rogers to negotiate with the official forces. As for SHIELD, Shang-Chi does not have the right to directly decide such major events. However, from the perspective of interests, SHIELD has wanted to completely eradicate the 10 rings for a long time. So there is still great hope for the plan of three-party cooperation. It's just that the fewer people who know about this kind of thing, the better. Once the information is leaked, it will not be good for everyone. So only Hill knows about it from S.H.I.E.L.D., and only Director Zhang Xian knows about it from S.H.I.E.L.D. When something falls into international cooperation, it will be a little troublesome. Although the leaders of the three forces are daring people, and they also understand that the most important thing now is to speed up the progress. But in actual operation, they must be more careful. As the center of the storm, Tony Stark did not show much panic. Although Pepper was a little worried about him. As for Li Ji, he has not always been Tony Stark's bodyguard. After all, he is not the only one in the Illuminati. In recent days, the combination of Professor X, Charles and Hank has been responsible for Tony's security. In comparison, if the professor encounters the Mandarin and finds him first, the professor can cause more trouble to the Mandarin than others. As an old mutant powerhouse, the professor is not a vegetarian. And Li Ji has spent all his reputation now. It is basically impossible to increase his strength in the short term. But if the Mandarin really wants to come to New York to cause trouble, then he feels that his current ability may not be enough. From the information Mandarin got, if he was graded, he would be at least an A-level warrior. He was only a B, even with a Thunder Blade, he was only a B+ level. There was still a lot of gap. So Li Ji took advantage of his rest time to practice with Lan at home. Try to integrate his strength more. After all, a B+ who has integrated all his strength must be stronger than an A who only has brute force but can't do anything. Lan is the strongest and most talented mage among the young generation of mages in Kamartage. Her strength is also quite strong and should not be underestimated. For example, she has mastered the spatial ability. With a casual wave of her hand, the space folds, which is both offensive and defensive. There are also commonly used basic spells such as the Mage's Robe, the Mage's Hand, and the Mage's Sword, which are even more integrated. The control system of the robe, the Mage's Hand, is a powerful defense-breaking system, and the Mage's Sword can be used as a single-target special move. When necessary, it can also be combined with a special ability to become a powerful AoE-level space-tearing slash. With the special ability of the defensive magic skill, Lan's actual combat ability is amazing. Although she is not known for her destructive power, there are not many people who can beat her in a single fight among the people Li Ji knows. Anyway, Iron Man has been fooled by Lan more than once or twice, and Captain Rogers has no chance against Lan. If Li Ji wants to break through the defense, he needs to swing the Thunder Blade with all his strength, and a full-strength attack can break her space method. Moreover, Lan can also raise the mirror space, so there is no need to worry about affecting the real world. Lan also has a wealth of theoretical knowledge. She likes to read any paper with text. At first, Li Ji simply thought that she loved reading, but later he found out that he was wrong. She can read the words on this product manual carefully. Is this obsessive-compulsive disorder? Exclamation mark. Well, if Lan didn't have this almost paranoid reading preference, she wouldn't be able to master so much knowledge. Although the mage has his own way of memorizing, it's useless if you can't read it yourself. Li Ji took advantage of the rest time to practice with Lan. During the intervals of cultivation, Li Ji would chat with Lan. You have less time to read books recently. Lan lifted her hair and said, this is not Kamarteki. I can't take magic books here and read them casually. Some books have strong magic. So you started reading the product manual and warranty card of PS4. When Li Ji discovered Lan's reading habit, she was reading this. Ah. Lan turned her head away with a bit of embarrassment. It's just that sometimes I'm bored. Li Ji shook his head helplessly. If you really don't want to read books, why don't you just read Chinese online novels, such as Kidian? A few million words are enough for you to read for a while. Actually, you just want to read literary dramas. Li Ji was a little curious whether Lan really had a reading habit. Lan frowned and said, but there are too many stallion stories in it. I feel that my heart will be hurt if I read too much. Lan's serious explanation made Li Ji couldn't help laughing. Just as the two were chatting, Li Ji heard the doorbell at the door. After he ran to open the door, he found a very beautiful lady with an intellectual beauty standing at the door. He was vaguely impressed by this lady, and then he tried to recall it. This seemed to be the female doctor he met when he took Thor to the hospital last time. She seemed to be called Christine. Li Ji remembered that Thor said that she was now Thor's boss and also the emergency doctor on the bus. Excuse me, does Thor live here? Christine asked Li Ji, who opened the door. Li Ji was a little fierce. What was going on? A beautiful doctor came to the door, and she asked for Thor by name. Is Thor so popular now? I can't tell. Li Ji quickly let Christine in. Hello, I am Thor's roommate and friend. You can call me Jason. You are Dr. Christine, right? I often hear Thor mention you. Christine's mouth corners slightly raised. Really? Sorry to bother you. Today I promise to teach Thor some first aid skills, and some tutoring. Where is Thor? Oh. The beautiful doctor helped with tutoring? Li Ji had a new look at Thor. He's upstairs, probably reading a book. He's been obsessed with studying lately. I'll call him down for you. Li Ji went upstairs to call Thor. Until Thor greeted Christine with a thick first aid textbook, Li Ji felt a bit like he was dreaming. The original Thor was addicted to variety shows and junk food, and the earlier Thor was addicted to beer, war and bloodshed. In various ways, Thor has nothing to do with reading and studying. Would it be very attractive if a general was both civil and military? The answer is yes. Especially when Thor's rough appearance formed a special contrast with what he did. This is a 360-degree turnaround. Li Ji looked at Thor and thought, wait, something seems to be wrong. Li Ji touched his chin and thought carefully, but it seemed that there was nothing wrong. Just when Li Ji was thinking about the 360-degree turnaround of the salted fish, Thor also finished his polite conversation with Christine. Then Christine and Thor were talking quietly, as if they were discussing something, and they looked at Li-Ji from time to time. Thor nodded and shook his head from time to time. When Li-Ji was still immersed in his own thoughts, Christine walked up to Li-Ji with a smile and said, "Hi, Jason. I heard that you and Thor have a good relationship." In front of the beautiful doctor, Li-Ji would not touch Thor's face. He was not Peter, a guy with a high IQ and low EQ. He nodded and said, "Yes, what's wrong?" He saw that Christine seemed to need his help. Sure enough, Christine then said to Li-Ji, "It's like this, Jason, Thor has been learning all kinds of first aid knowledge recently, you know." Li-Ji nodded, and Christine continued, "But it's not enough to just test theoretical knowledge. He needs some training. But we can't buy a medical dummy for him to use. So you want me to be his patient for training?" Li-Ji knew what Christine was thinking. Christine nodded, "Yes, some first aid requires actual operation. Of course we won't hurt you or anything. It's just a simple simulation. So do you agree?" Christine looked at Li-Ji seriously, her eyes full of pleading. Although Li-Ji didn't give Thor face in private, and even beat him up when he was losing weight, it can be said that he has a tendency to abuse. But that was private, and Li-Ji knew that many things could be done in private. But it's a different matter to refuse someone's face in public. It's just a first aid bandage, not a real bleeding injury. Li-Ji took a look at Thor and decided to save his face in front of Christine, so he said, "Okay, I agree." Christine waved her hand and said to Thor, "You see, I said Jason doesn't look like a bad person. Today you have an internship for CPR and artificial respiration." "Huh? What did Christine just say?" Exclamation mark. Li-Ji felt like he was hallucinating. Chapter 498 Salted Fish's Revenge. Wait, what did Christine just say? Li-Ji felt like he was hallucinating, so he couldn't help but ask Christine, "Wait a minute, Dr. Christine, what did you say you were going to help Thor practice today?" Cardiopulmonary resuscitation and artificial respiration. This is one of the most commonly used methods in first aid. Thor did a great job with bandages and fracture bandages. It seems that he has a lot of experience in dealing with such trauma. Christine said briskly. Simple hemostasis and fracture fixation. With Thor's experience in fighting on the battlefield for so many years, he has actually done a lot of similar things. After all, there is always the possibility of hand injuries on the battlefield, and this is a basic skill that a soldier needs to learn. Christine continued, but he is not very good at cardiopulmonary resuscitation and artificial respiration in first aid. The movements are not very standardized, and there is a lack of objects to practice. Like I said, we don't have a medical dummy. Wait, a medical dummy, right. I will sponsor it. But I suddenly remembered something. It seems that I have something important to do today, so I have to go out. I will send the medical dummy over in a while, no later than 3 hours. Li-Ji felt so cowardly for the first time. And he also had to find out where he could buy a medical dummy. Ordinary medical supply stores definitely don't sell it. Only large medical equipment stores sell this kind of thing, and he didn't know if they had it in stock. Li-Ji was timid and was about to go out, pretending that he had something to do, and then deliberately forgot what he had just agreed to. Please, play CPR and artificial respiration with Thor. I'm not stupid. Did you see Thor's big rough hands? Did you see it? Those big hands are full of calluses, which are all left by holding an axe and chopping people. The rough joints on the fists are trained by repeatedly beating people. Do chest compressions with these hands? Li-Ji felt that Thor could flatten his chest. Maybe several ribs would be broken. Not to mention doing any damn artificial respiration with him. Look at his beard, it must be very prickly. If it was Christine who gave him artificial respiration, Li-Ji wouldn't mind at all. He would lie down obediently and be as quiet as a baby. But Thor? Forget it. Just when Li-Ji was about to run away, Thor grabbed Li-Ji's collar from behind and said, "Are you a villain who doesn't keep his word?" That? What? Thor, look. I just have something to do. For the first time, Li-Ji showed his cowardly side in front of Thor. He was thinking of a good excuse. What is it? Thor was a whole head taller than Li-Ji. His height of 1.95 meters looked down at Li-Ji with an oppressive look. Suddenly, Li-Ji thought of a good excuse. By the way, Forlan. She said she was uncomfortable without books to read. You know, I'm going to buy her books now. Go buy books. Thor looked at Li-Ji in confusion. not knowing whether what he said was true or false. Just as the two of them exchanged glances, Lan's voice suddenly came from the stairs. "I didn't ask you to buy books." Damn, Li Ji wanted to cry but had no tears. Lan appeared at the stairs on the second floor in a casual blue t-shirt and sweatpants. She looked at the three people on the first floor and said, with a smile on her face. She had just heard the conversation between Li Ji and Thor. It seems that Li Ji has promised Thor some extraordinary things. And it seems that she has been used as an excuse to escape by him. Lan is not very happy about this, of course. There is another little thought that Lan does not want to admit, that is, her reading habit was discovered by Li Ji, which makes her feel a little shy and embarrassed. Did you see her looking through various papers with words printed on them at home? It's so embarrassing. Lan does not want to admit that she even read the words on the shoebox. Thor glanced at Lan and smiled at her. Then he looked at Li Ji again and said, "Look, Lan didn't ask you to buy a book." Li Ji looked at Lan and felt like he was going crazy. Life is so difficult, why do you have to expose it? Maybe because of Li Ji's sad eyes, Lan felt a little embarrassed and said, "If you don't want to, I can help Thor practice the first aid subjects. After all, this is about saving lives, and chest compressions and artificial respiration are still very important." Li Ji, who was just like a dead fish, instantly became energetic when he heard Lan say this. "No need, Lan, I think I still need to be an honest and trustworthy person. Since I promised, I must promise to the end. Isn't it just to cooperate with Thor's first aid training? No problem." Li Ji's chest was slapped by him, and he looked like he was guaranteed to complete the task. Lan just smiled lightly and looked at Li Ji, and his eyebrows seemed to be raised twice inadvertently. Did I get fooled? Li Ji didn't feel very good. "Be gentle, idiot. You're about to break my ribs." Lying on the carpet in the living room, Li Ji pretended to be a patient who needed to be saved, and Thor performed chest compressions on him. Although Christine had corrected Thor's movements many times, Thor always did not do it well. What is needed now is to practice the correctness of the movements. "Are you going to break my sternum by pressing so hard?" Li Ji suspected that Thor was deliberately seeking revenge, although Thor was not a man with a high IQ. But he was not so stupid that he did not master the skills in half an hour. He did it on purpose. He must have done it on purpose. He was retaliating, and being a little fierce to him when losing weight was for his own good. How could this child not know how to be grateful? It was all for his own good. Li Ji was screaming in his heart. But because Thor pressed his chest too hard, he almost couldn't breathe. This was not saving his life, this was killing him. Li Ji, who was originally fine, was almost tortured by Thor and really needed emergency treatment. Thor's expression was always serious, but Li Ji clearly saw that Thor's eyes were narrowed into slits. He must be trying hard to hold back his happiness and not want to laugh. Li Ji felt deeply desperate and sad. And the sadder things are still to come. When Christine said, "Let's practice artificial respiration. Thor, do you remember the key points I told you?" Thor nodded and said, "I remember." "Well, let's start first." Christine pointed to Li Ji, who was still on the ground, and said. Li Ji felt a deep despair. When Thor's beard was getting closer and closer to him, he struggled hard, jumping like a grass carp out of water. This made Thor almost unable to hold him down. Thor was forced to use a trick. He whispered in Li Ji's ear, "If you make trouble again, I will ask for a replacement and let Lan help me practice." Li Ji's pupils shrank violently. "Okay, you are cruel enough. Thor, we have a grudge today." Li Ji looked at Lan, who was watching him and his wife practice with a smile not far away, and felt his heart was broken. When Thor's beard pricked Li Ji's face and hurt him, he felt that his life was meaningless. Maybe he should really become a monk with Ksiddhagarbha Bodhisattva. Lan didn't know if she was dazzled, but she seemed to see a tear running down the corner of Li Ji's eye. Chapter 499. Hurting each other? Not happening. After Christine helped Thor with various trainings and taught him some theoretical knowledge, she stayed to help cook dinner before leaving. Although this is usually Li Ji's job, he is now lying on the sofa like a dead fish. I am afraid that even if he cooks, no one will dare to eat his food. Who knows if he will use sugar as salt? Christine is a woman who can be both a lady and a cook. This is really not obvious. Her cooking skills are as good as her medical skills. Christine is good at cooking dishes from the southern United States, and is good at roasting and stewing. She can also make desserts, including chocolate lava cakes. Although this kind of dessert is very simple to make. The ingredients only need 55% or 75% purity of chocolate, which can be adjusted according to personal taste. Then there are low-gluten flour, fine sugar, butter, eggs and whipped cream. Only 6 ingredients are needed to complete this dessert. Melt the raw chocolate and mix it with whipped cream as the filling. Then mix chocolate, butter, white sugar, low-gluten flour and eggs to make the cake base. After that, put it in the refrigerator and freeze it for 2 hours. Then, just put it in the cake mold, squeeze in the cake base material, then put in the chocolate filling, and then cover the chocolate filling with the cake base. Then bake it in the oven for 25 minutes and it will be out of the oven. The rich chocolate aroma floats in the restaurant. The crust of the cake base is crispy, and the inside is soft like a sponge. The hot melted chocolate sauce flows out as you gently bite open the cake base wrapped on the outside. It is a bit hot, but it is extremely delicious. The rich chocolate brings a strong unique chocolate aroma and bitterness into the mouth. This aroma rushes straight into the nasal cavity in your taste buds. The soft and silky chocolate sauce is matched with a soft cake base and the crispy shell, forming 3 rich tastes of crispy, soft and smooth from the outside to the inside. For the tongue, the first thing you taste is the unique bitterness from the chocolate, but after you chew it carefully, you will slowly taste the sweetness from deeper inside, which is a wonderful aftertaste. It is also the most fascinating part of chocolate. The most advanced taste in desserts is not simply sweet, but bitterness. Bitterness is the richest and most amazing taste. Especially the sweetness after bitterness, which is the most attractive part. Chocolate has been popular in the world for hundreds of years, and countless people are fascinated by it. Even in modern society, truly well-made and high-purity good chocolate is still a luxury. Steaming hot chocolate can not only warm people's stomachs, but also warm people's hearts in many cases. Food often has a soul. Just like someone giving you a cup of hot cocoa in the cold winter, it can warm you from head to toe. And chocolate does contain a relaxing ingredient that can relieve people's tension and anxiety. So sometimes chocolate is also described as food that brings people a sense of happiness. Christine made lemon chicken and Caesar salad, paired with an American modified version of lasagna, and finally a chocolate lava cake. After eating chocolate, a food that can bring people a sense of happiness, Luigi finally came alive and was no longer like a dead fish. After Christine left, he stared at Thor fiercely and said, "Didn't you feel disgusting just now?" "What?" Thor said disapprovingly. "On the planet Canorsa, I was bitten by a poisonous beast, and there was no healer at the time. The poison quickly spread throughout my body. The only way to save me was to gnaw out the poison core in its body from the poison sac near the portal of the poisonous beast. That is the best antidote." Thor said nonchalantly, "You don't know how smelly the area near the portal of the poisonous beast is, and its accumulated excrement is inside. The smell of the poison core is terrible, too, like a piece of meat that has been rotten for 3 years." Thor patted Luigi on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "I have seen all kinds of storms. It was nothing for me to chat and laugh with a stinky dragon in the Forbidden Sea. What's more, learning artificial respiration is just simple medical training, and you are still too young." As Thor spoke, he was ready to turn around and leave. Luigi looked at Thor's back and suddenly said, "It seems that your body fat percentage has not dropped to 20% yet." Thor suddenly had a bad feeling. He turned back tremblingly and said, "What do you mean?" Luigi waved his hand and said, "I think you have been a little lazy recently. Although the job of a stretcher bearer is very important. But losing weight, especially reducing body fat percentage, cannot stop." Luigi looked like he was doing it for Thor's good. He continued, "You seem to have eaten a lot of chocolate lava cakes today. I just saw it. This is a high-calorie food. How many did you eat just now?" 5 or 7. Luigi counted on his fingers. "I think you need to run a few laps in the evening to digest these calories. How about 7 kilometers first? By the way, there is a sporting goods store on the corner that sells weighted sandbags. I think it should be very useful to you." Thor waved his hands quickly. He had learned a lot of new words recently because he was studying and searching for information online. He hurriedly said, No need. In fact, why hurt each other?" Thor showed a flattering smile. "No, I will use good enough teaching tools to let you continue to practice." Luigi waved his hand. "No need to say, it's settled. Tomorrow I will prepare a bunch of medical dummies for you to use. Don't worry about the practice problems in the future, so it's settled." Hurt each other? Haha, no. Luigi decided to teach Thor a little. Let him understand the importance of boarders must bow to the landlord. On the stairs, Lan was sitting on the steps, holding his face with his hands, watching Li Ji and Thor hurt each other. Thor didn't think that artificial respiration with Li Ji was disgusting at first, because he had done more disgusting things on the battlefield. He didn't care, and he still had the attitude of practicing, and disgusted Li Ji by the way. Let out the bad breath in his chest. During the days when he lost weight, Li Ji had abused him violently. But sometimes, the salted fish god always does things without thinking about the future. What does it matter if he can vent his anger for a while? He even forgot that he is still in Li Ji's hands. Thor will deeply understand what it means to avenge a grudge and return it tenfold in the days to come. Of course, in addition to Thor, Li Ji also needs to worry about Lan. Because Lan's attitude that day was a little too strange. Li Ji felt that he needed to talk to her, and by the way, go out for a cup of coffee and a snack together. P.S. This book currently has a fan lottery event, and the prize is the SHF Series 112 Iron Man Armor Mk3 produced by Bandai Company, limited with the official authorization of Marvel. For the specific lottery method, please see the post related to the work. All book friends are welcome to participate. Thank you to all the genuine book friends for your company along the way, thank you. Chapter 500, Lan is dying without books to read. Lan felt like she was going crazy recently, in all senses. She had no idea about the task that Master Guya had given her, to find a suitable successor. Whether she used magic divination or traction positioning, she could not find the person that Guya wanted her to find. That was right, if she could determine the person she was looking for with such a simple method, then why would Guya let her live with Li Ji and slowly look for him? Guya's magic power was much stronger than hers, wouldn't it be better if he could just do divination and positioning himself? And this was just the first thing that bothered Lan. The second thing was the problem of not getting used to the food, although Lan was not a picky girl. But the taste problem that had been developed for more than 10 years was really hard to change. When she was in Kamarteji, she was used to eating fresh yak beef. Although the cooking methods were basically simple, the ingredients were fresh, and the taste of yak beef was different from that of ordinary beef. In addition, Kamarteji was located on a plateau, and the crops grown were mainly barley, and saffron and snow lotus were all grown by Kamarteji itself. After so many years of tasting, Lan's taste buds have become completely accustomed to the taste of Kamarteki. She is not one of those mages who changed her career from the secular world, but she grew up in Kamarteki. Therefore, she is very unaccustomed to many common foods in the secular world. For example, she doesn't even want to touch a half-cooked steak. She is used to beef that is fully cooked in plain water. She also doesn't want to eat sashimi at all. She also doesn't like food with various complicated seasonings. Her taste is very simple. This leads to her basically not eating out. She will go home on time every day at mealtime, because Li Ji will prepare light and simple food for her. Every time, she will sit at the table like a good baby and wait for Li Ji to bring the food to the table, and then she will consciously wash the dishes after eating. There are some convenient spells in the magician's spells for doing housework. For example, automatic dishwashing, automatic cleaning, and you can also command the brooms to clean themselves. Of course, the first two unbearable things are trivial to Lan, and can be said to be not worth mentioning. What really made Lan unbearable was that she had no books to read. This was the most difficult thing for her. After Guya taught Lan how to read and write, Lan showed her extraordinary reading habit at a very young age. She would carefully look at any paper with text descriptions. At first, Guya thought that this girl liked reading. Later, when Guya found that she would read the text printed on the outer packaging of the toothpaste he bought for Lan, Guya finally determined that this girl had a reading habit. Well, most people in this world have their own habits to a greater or lesser extent. There is no need to deny anything, because liking selfies is also a habit. Compared with some habits that can be called diseases, Lan's reading habit is nothing at all. But for a mage, this is a good habit, and it can even be said to be a talent. Especially Lan has a strong ability to understand, plus the mage's unique memory spell, which allows her to make rapid progress in her studies. When she was in Kamarteki, Lan never thought that there was anything wrong with her reading habit. Because there was a huge library there, with so many books in it that she couldn't finish reading them. After coming to New York and being with Li Jizhu, she found herself in some trouble. Because this was in New York, she couldn't take out all kinds of magic books from Kamarteki and read them recklessly. Because some magic books have magic fluctuations, and some magic books are even written with black magic, and they need to be read in the protection array of enigmatic. She couldn't always open her mirror space to create an environment for herself to read. That would be exhausting. When she finished reading all the books she brought from enigmatic to read here, she fell into a book panic. Lan had never felt that book shortage was such a terrible thing before, but when book shortage really came, she felt that she was about to die. Without books to read, she didn't want to move when lying in bed. Without books to read, she didn't want to go out to do things. Without books to read, she didn't want to go downstairs to eat. Without books to read, she had no energy and couldn't get excited about anything. This is Lan's current portrayal. She has now developed to the point where she even has to read various printed instructions. As for why she doesn't look for books online, the reason is very simple. Her reading habit is to read text printed on paper materials. Looking at the computer and mobile phone screens is like scratching an itch without touching the pain point. The weather was sunny and cloudless that day. The flowers were smiling, the birds were singing, and the magician Lan was sleeping. To be precise, she was not sleeping, but just lying dead. She had rolled around on the bed for several rounds, and even her hair was all messed up, but she still didn't want to get up. When Li Ji came back from the medical equipment mall carrying 10 medical dummies, he found that something was wrong today. Because the house was not cleaned up today, Lan usually used magic to deal with these things. When he walked to the door of Lan's room and saw that Lan's door was half open and Lan was lying dead with her eyes open looking at the ceiling, Li Ji knocked on Lan's door and walked in. Lan turned her head and glanced at Li Ji lightly, and then continued to lie dead. This was the first time Li Ji saw Lan in this state. "Are you sick?" Li Ji walked to Lan's side and reached out to touch Lan's forehead. The temperature was normal and there was no fever. Then he looked at Lan's face for a while, which was also normal. "No, I just feel a little empty," Lan said quietly. Her tone was ethereal and inhuman. Because there are no books to read. Li Ji sat directly beside Lan's bed and asked with a smile. Lan looked at Li Ji, then turned around and said with her back to him, "What are you talking about? Because of the lack of sufficient reading, I fell into a state of exhaustion and mental depression, so that I lay dead or even rolled around in bed," Li Ji said seriously. He looked at Lan with her back to him and found that her ears were red. "I went to the New York temple before and contacted Wang. I learned about these things from him. Why didn't you tell me before? So, do you want to go to the library or the bookstore?" Li Ji turned Lan's body over and said, "If you tell me that you can't go to the library to borrow books because you don't have a valid ID, and if you don't have enough cash to buy books in large quantities at the bookstore, you can actually tell me." Li Ji looked at Lan helplessly and said. Since he turned Lan over, she has been covering her face with both hands. But even though there was no place blocking the way, you could still see her face turning red. Hearing what Li Ji said, Lan finally made a gap between her fingers, revealing her eyes. Because of shyness or other reasons, her eyes became watery. She whispered, "Really?" Li Ji nodded and said, "Really?" But then he changed the subject and said, "But you have to tell me. Why did you agree to SYNOPSIS' request yesterday and be his practice partner for artificial respiration? I could have gotten away with it. Because of you, I ended up losing my first kiss, and it was too disgusting." SYNOPSIS. Li Ji put his face very close to Lan, staring straight into Lan's eyes. Lan didn't know how to answer. Should she tell Li Ji that she felt very embarrassed after he discovered her reading habit, especially because she was embarrassed to read various paper manuals and even shoeboxes when he saw her, so she did this inexplicable behavior? Lan's face turned even redder, and her ears felt like they were burning. She covered her face again and said in a fake voice that she didn't even believe, because it's just practice, it's fake, isn't it? It's just medical first aid training. I didn't think of anything else. This fake tone was not even believed by Lan herself, let alone Li Ji. He grabbed Lan's hand in front of her face and said, "So what if I practice with you?" "What?" Lan suddenly forgot her shyness and embarrassment just now. She looked at Li Ji and said, "Because of what happened with Thor yesterday, Li Ji has been a little upset. It can be seen from the fact that he bought 10 medical dummies in one go. Thor, don't you want to practice? Keep training. I'll let you practice until your lips blister." It's not Li Ji's style to not take revenge. So for Lan, Li Ji was also very bold this time. He directly showed with his actions what the so-called Thor's artificial respiration practice was like. He quickly approached Lan, and when his lips just touched Lan's lips, Lan suddenly realized what Li Ji wanted to do. Almost subconsciously, Lan pushed Li Ji away with all his strength and activated the space gate at the same time. Li Ji, who originally wanted to force artificial respiration, was pushed out by Lan just when the progress bar had just reached 20%, and he went through the space gate. Before Li Ji had time to feel the touch on his lips, he felt as if he had fallen heavily on a lawn. Damn, it looks like he failed. Li Ji climbed up and spit out the grass roots that still had a damp taste in his mouth. Did Lan just activate the space gate? Li Ji looked around and found that he didn't recognize where he was. This was a large lawn with some ancient European-style buildings in the distance. Li Ji was sure that this was not the United States, because the summer in the United States would not be so cool, and there was a hint of dampness. Looking at the buildings here, was he pushed by Lan to country in Northern Europe? Just when Li Ji couldn't figure out where he was, a familiar voice suddenly called him. Jason. Gwen, who was standing at the end of another intersection on the lawn, saw Li Ji with some surprise and called out his name. Hi, Gwen. Li Ji waved stiffly. He now knew where he was. With a gentle push from Lan, he crossed thousands of miles and came to London on the other side of the earth. Gwen walked quickly towards Li Ji from the other end of the road and said in an unbelievable tone, "Why are you in London?" I said it was because someone exiled me thousands of miles away. Do you believe it? Li Ji patted the grass clippings that had just stuck to his clothes from the lawn. Gwen looked at Li Ji with a half smile and said, "Should I call you Jason Lee, or call you Li Ji, or just call you Nightwalker? What do you think?" Li Ji stopped patting the grass clippings and looked at Gwen with a puzzled look. P.S. Today from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. The comment area of Kidian is under maintenance and cannot be left. So students who cannot leave messages in the lottery building, please leave messages after 8 p.m. In addition, repeated messages are useless. Please note that everyone, thank you for your support. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.